Hello, word nerds! Welcome to another episode of the Dictionary. I am your host, Spencer Parks. And please don't duck out. Please listen to this episode. I think it's gonna be fun. I really do. I really hope and think it's gonna be fun. All right. The first word in this episode is Duchenne muscular dystrophy. 3 words. The first word is capital D-U-C-H-E-N-N-E. Duchenne muscular dystrophy. This is a noun from 1971. A severe, progressive, X-linked muscular dystrophy of males marked by early childhood onset and absence of the protein dystrophin. It is called also Duchenne's muscular dystrophy. Wait, isn't that? Oh, Duchenne's with an apostrophe S. Those with the apostrophe S or without. It says to compare to Becker muscular dystrophy, which, it doesn't say, it does not say, and oh boy, I could just go back because we clearly have read that one before, but I'm going to guess that maybe that one is of females. Maybe it's on the Y, the Y chromosome, the Y gene. What did it say? The X-linked. Yeah, so, although, no, that doesn't make sense because women have the 2 X's and the guys have the X and the Y, right? So, I got my science all backwards there, I think. Let's see. I want to find this Becker thing because I'm really curious about what it says. Becker. I lost my place. Becker muscular dystrophy. Oh boy, we are so close. Let's see. Becker. We got Beatles. Here's Becker muscular dystrophy, a less severe form of Duchenne muscular dystrophy marked by later onset and slower progression of the disease. Haha, interesting. So that's the differences. Those are the differences. Because Duchenne is early onset, early childhood. Anything muscular dystrophy doesn't sound very good. This is from somebody named, let's see if I can pronounce this. I can't. Guillaume Armand Duchenne, who was a French neurologist who died in 1875. That first name is Guillaume. Guillaume, but they might not say the L's. Guillaume, I don't know. Duchenne muscular dystrophy, that's what that is. And my sound effect is going to be just so on the nose. You're going to love it. Next is duchess. Noun from the 14th century. 1. The wife or widow of a duke. They get married. The duke is like, I'm going to make you my duchess. But then I'm going to die and you're still going to be a duchess. Wife or widow. 2. A woman who holds the rank of duke in her own right. Well, this is very good to hear that this can happen. I don't know if this is a thing that maybe didn't exist up until a certain time. When did they make the change? Were women allowed to be dukes from the very beginning of the dukedom? Things that are ducal? Or was it later? I don't know. But I'm glad that women can be dukes as well. And then, I don't know, I guess they're just called a duchess, but they are duke. They're the one who are controlling that area, right? That's how dukes work. And duchesses. The etymology, it's from the Anglo-French duc, which means duke, and so it's all about the dukin'. The duke's your dukin' duke. Next is duchy. Right? Yeah, duchy. D-U-C-H-Y. Noun from the 14th century. Number 1, the territory of a duke or duchess. And the synonym is dukedom, which we will see in the D-U-K section. It's also called the duchy. Interesting. Number 2 is special domain. If you control a very special area, that area is called the duchy. Yeah, I don't think I've heard this before. This word and duchess and duce and ducat and ducal, all of these have the same etymology. It's all from the word leader, somebody leading. Here we go with the first form of the word duck. Noun from before the 12th century. 1. I guess what this is saying here is that the plural is also just duck instead of ducks. So you got one duck and you got a bunch of ducks. Okay, 1A. Any of various swimming birds in which the neck and legs are short, the feet typically webbed, the bill often broad and flat, and the sexes usually different from each other in plumage. That means they got different colored feathers. The men look one way, the ladies look another way. That's just how they do it in the duck world. Well, this is a perfect time to talk about this little picture of a duck. You know, we see this sometimes. For the cow we had this. For the dog we had this. So now we got to talk about the duck, the ducky duck. There's a picture with 24 little numbers and lines, and I got to talk about them real quick. So it's saying that this is a male duck. Now I can't tell because it doesn't show the color of the plumage, but I trust the dictionary. They know that this is a male. Okay, number 1 is the bean, B-E-A-N. This is at the very end of the bill, the beak, at the front of the snout. It doesn't, I don't know what specifically, but it's just the end of the bill is the bean. And number 2 is the bill. This is the, like, yellow, orangey, hard clacker thing in the front of their face where their mouth and nose is. 3. That's the nostril. Yep, they got a couple little nostrils up. It's on the bill, but it's pretty close to the rest of their face, their eyes. Number 4 is the head. It's pointing to the head. Number 5 is the eye. I feel like the cow picture did not have head and eye and nostril. I feel like these are like unnecessarily specific. Okay, thank you for telling me where the duck's eyeball is. Number 6 is the auricular region. Auricular region. So this is pointing to, well, it kind of looks like its cheek. It's right below the eye, maybe a little bit closer to the back of the head. Auricular. I wonder if that has to do with the eyes. That would be ocular. I don't know. Number 7 is the neck. They got a pretty good sized neck. It's that part. Number 8 is the cape. This is right where the neck and the rest of the body meet. If a duck were wearing a cape, this is where the cape would tie around the neck. Number 9 is the shoulder. Now, that is pointing to what looks to be the top of the wing. So I guess the top of the wing would be the shoulder. Number 10 and 11 are the wing coverts. The wing coverts. There's a couple different ones, so it's kind of hard to describe. Number 10 looks like it's pointing to right kind of in the middle of the wing. It looks like there could be some sort of separation point or something where 10 and 11 are. Hard to tell and describe if I do not know what I'm talking about. Number 12 is the saddle, and so that's on the back. Most maybe 2/3 of the way from the neck to the tail. It's most of the way down the back. Now, if you were to put a saddle on a duck, this is probably a little too far back where I would want to put a saddle. If I had to put a little monkey on a duck on a saddle, it would be a little closer to the neck. Number 13 is called secondaries. And, these are certain kinds of feathers on the wing. So they're pretty far back towards the tip of the wing. The secondaries. Number 14 is the primaries. Now those look like they're all the way at the end. They're the tip of the wing. Those are the primary wing feathers, I guess. Number 15 is the rump. This is right above the tail on the back. Right above the tail is the rump. 16 are drake feathers, and these basically look like they're the top of the tail feathers. 17 is the tail. That's the tail, if you didn't know. Number 18 is the tail coverts, and these are other tail feathers. I guess coverts are types of feathers, and 18, it's sort of on the side of the tail. 19 is down. As I assume you have heard me talk about down many episodes ago, please don't support anything that takes down from birds. They don't like it. We don't need it. We can have fake down or other things, so please and thank you. Don't, just leave the down on the birds. So the down on this bird is it's on the underside. It's between the tail and the feet. That whole underside area is the down. Number 20 is the shank, and that looks like it's the foot, basically. It's like the kind of where the foot meets the rest of the body or gets covered up by feathers. Shank also seems like a word that's used more in the meat world. I feel like maybe the cow had something like that too. Number 21 is the web. This is the area between the toes to help them swim better. Number 22 is the breast. So this is on the underside, but right in the front, the bottom front, as this duck is sort of standing here. It's in front of the legs. It's right as the body is sort of curving up to go up towards the neck. That's the breast. Those muscles are very, very strong because in all birds, they need very, very strong breast muscles, I guess that's what you'd call them, to help fly. Move those wings very quickly and strongly. They need very, very big muscles there. 23 is the wing front, and that's the front of the wing. Now, I don't know if those are feathers or if we're talking about the muscle part here, but yeah, it's kind of just in the very front of the wing, probably very close to where it meets the rest of the body. And 24 is the wing bow or wing bow. Bow? Maybe it's bow. B-O-W. And that's very close to number 23. It's just a little bit behind 23, closer to the wing tips. If you go back towards the tail, 24 is just a tiny little bit further towards the tail on the wing. It's the wing bow. Bow or bow. All right, I went through all of those, so now you know every single part of the duck. And when a duck comes up to you and he's like, "Hey, man." No, we're not going to do that. Okay, back to the definitions. Number 1B. This is the flesh of any of these birds used as food. So any of the flesh, the meat of a duck, when it is used as food, it is also called duck. Yes. Number 2 is a female duck because it says to compare to the word drake. We must have had that. That would be the male duck. The drake is a male duck, and so a duck is the lady duck, but also, it's just like with a cow. There's a cow and bull, but we kind of call them all cows. But it's more specifically the male cows are bulls and the female cows are the cows. And I was just trying to see if I could find the word drake just to add a little bit more. But it just says a male duck. Yeah. Okay. Number 3. It's chiefly British, and the synonym is darling. This is often used in plural. So ducks, darling. Like, would you call your darling your duck, maybe? I know some people who love ducks very much, and they are each other's duck. I think they say that sometimes. Would have been great to have them on this episode, but I don't have time for that right now. Number 4, The synonyms are person and creature. You could call a person or a creature a duck? This is behooving me. Is that the right word? I am fascinated and confused by this. Person, creature, duck? What do you call a duck? A person? What are you talking about? I need context. The etymology is not all that helpful. It's basically from an Old English word. Who knows how they pronounced it, but I'm sure it just meant duck. The second form of duck is a verb from the 14th century, starting with transitive. 1. To thrust underwater. You're pushing somebody underwater, ducking it. Now that's odd. It's not that odd. I take that back. I please strike that from the record. I think more of number 2. I'll just read that one quick. Number 2 is to lower quickly, like the head. You'd be lowering your head quickly, and the synonym is bow. Be like, oh, heads up, duck, something's flying at your face. Oh, I got a duck to get out of the way. So that's one way to say duck, or one way to use duck. But then if you're thrusting something underwater, you're ducking it into the water. Now that could be because you're going to avoid something, but it's very, the brain is shutting down. This seems like it's related to just the actual duck, because they do this. They duck their head under the water to get food and stuff. And so that seems like where it's from. But how often do we actually use this to thrust a thing underwater? Oh, I'm going to shove you underwater, so I'm going to duck you. I don't know. That's the part that I'm having trouble with, is like, when do we actually use this in that context? Unless we're talking about ducks, I don't know. Number 3, the synonyms are avoid and evade, as in duck the issue. Whoop, nope, sorry. I'm going to go talk about something else. I don't want to talk about that issue. I'm ducking it all day long. Okay, here are intransitive definitions. 1A, to plunge under the surface of water. So this is where you're plunging yourself under the surface of water. You're ducking. 1B, to descend suddenly. The synonym is dip. 2A, to lower the head or body suddenly. The synonym is dodge. Whoa, whoa, I'm dodging and ducking. 2B, the synonyms are bow and bob. Bow and bob. How you doing, Bob? I'm great, bow. 3A, to move quickly. 3B, to evade a duty, question, or responsibility. Ducker is a noun. When I was a kid, I don't know, how old was I? 6, maybe? 5? I don't know. My sister was like crouching next to the couch or something like that, and I wanted her to pop up. So I said, duck up, Jess, duck up. And I think she thought that was very funny. She was older than me, so she knew what I was saying didn't make any sense. But, we think of duck down, go down. But then in my brain, I guess I thought like, oh, well, the opposite. You can still say duck, but you can duck up. So duck up, come up. Don't be down there, duck up. Oh, I was such a dumb kid. Moving on. The third form of duck is a noun from 1554. This is a weird way to word this. An instance of, I read it wrong. An instance of ducking is duck. So if you are ducking down, you're in a duck. You're doing a duck. That's a duck. You're ducking. Duck. The fourth form of duck is a noun from 1640. 1. A durable, closely woven, usually cotton fabric. I'm trying to remember if I've heard this one. I don't know my fabrics. I don't deal with fabric. A duck, I feel like maybe I've heard of it, but I would never have come up with that. Number 2 is plural. Light clothes and especially trousers made of duck. this durable, closely woven, usually cotton fabric. Okay, this version of this word, this form, is from the Dutch word doek, D-O-E-K, which means cloth, akin to the Old High German tuo, and that means cloth also. So, yeah, this duck is totally unrelated to the animal duck or moving, ducking up or ducking down or evading things or dodging things. It's just fabric and cloth. That's it. Next is duckbill, one word, noun from 1840. Number 1, the synonym is platypus. So maybe they used to call platypi just duckbill? Man, those are the craziest animals, some of the craziest animals out there in the world, and we are going to have so much fun talking about them when we get to the P's. But I guess some people just call them duckbill. I mean, well, we'll get more into that, but yeah, it's that we don't call them just duckbill anymore. We just call them platypus. Number 2 for duckbill, the synonym is hadrosaur, Hadrosaur. And we got to speed through these next ones. Duck-billed dinosaur, 2 words with a hyphen, duck-billed, or just duck-billed dinosaur, noun from 1913. The synonym is hadrosaur. And then we have duck-billed platypus, or duck-bill platypus, noun from 1799. The synonym is platypus. Duckboard, one word. Board is B-O-A-R-D. It's like a bulletin board where the ducks can put up their little signs and asking for babysitters and whatnot. Noun from 1917. A boardwalk or slatted flooring laid on a wet, muddy, or cold surface. And this is usually used in plural, so I guess you would say duckboards, because it's made of all these boards. But why? Why are we using the word duck here? Maybe it's because ducks, because of their web feet, they can walk on wet, muddy surfaces much more easily than we can. I don't really know. That's the first thing I could think of. Or maybe when they put the boardwalk there, all the ducks would walk on it. Duckboard. I don't know. That's it. I cannot talk like a duck. I can make the sound, but to actually talk like Donald Duck is very difficult. I mean, it's like you can kind of do it. Maybe a little bit. I hate it. I don't like it. Moving on to duck call, 2 words. Noun from 1872. A device for imitating the calls of ducks. You don't need your own face and mouth to make a duck call. You can buy a little thing, and it's going to make a sound kind of like quack, quack, quack. Duck hook is next. 2 words. Noun from 1973. A pronounced and unintended hook in golf. You did not mean to make this hook in golf. It was an accident. And it's very pronounced, so you just hit it real bad. That's not at all what you wanted to do. Maybe you slipped. Maybe somebody spoke while you were going to swing the club, and they got you all flustered, and you hit the golf ball wrong, and you did a duck hook. Duck hook. You duck hooked. That's a transitive verb. 2 words with a hyphen. Duck hook. Again, curious where the duck comes from. Is there is it the shape of a duck? Does it go into the water maybe where the ducks are? Yeah, I don't know. Ducking stool. 2 words. Noun from 1597. A seat attached to a plank and formerly used to plunge culprits tied to it into water. Ah! That doesn't sound fun, but I mean, they are culprits. They did bad things, so they obviously should be punished, right? Yeah. back in the 1600s. I'm sure that all of them were legitimately tortured. So it's a seat attached to a plank, and you plunged the people. You would tie them to the seat, which was attached to a plank, and then you would dip it into water. That sounds like it sucks. I think we need to put a link in the show notes for ducking stool. Again, why is the word ducking in here? Would they duck? Oh, yeah, because they would duck them in the water, like we saw that one definition in the verb of duck, to thrust into water. So they were putting them in the water just like a duck. A ducking stool. Ooh, glad we don't do this anymore. Hopefully. Last word. Duckling. Duckling. Noun from the 15th century. It is a young duck. Just the cutest little thing. See the little ducklings walking behind or swimming behind their parent ducks. Oh, they're so cute. The little ducklings. All right, I got to pick a word of the episode. Today we had Duchenne muscular dystrophy, Duchess, Duchy, duck, duck-billed dinosaur, duck-billed platypus, duckboard, duck call, duck hook, ducking stool, and duckling. I may put a photo or video of some ducks I saw. Ooh, I think this was last summer. I got some cool like slow-mo video of a duck flapping its wings. So maybe I'll put that on social media at dictionarypod, Instagram and Twitter. Go check that out. Yeah, I mean, I like them. I was just sitting there watching them. We were on vacation, and so I was hanging out by the river in the morning, and all the ducks came up and sat by me, and I just hung out there for a while just watching them, and that was so cool. I definitely recommend just watching some animals whenever you can. I do love ducks. My aunt and uncle, they are huge duck lovers, and so they would pick duck probably as the word of the episode if they were here, but they are not. I said, no, you cannot join me. No. I think I might pick duck call as the word of the episode. Now I don't know. What is that what I want? Yeah, no. I think we got to pick duckling. Yeah. I like the duck call. I like to make the sound, but I also don't like it because it means probably that they want to hunt the ducks, and I don't like that. But I do like to look at little ducklings. Look at the little ducklings, they're waddling so cutely behind their mother or their father. There goes the little ducklings. Quack, quack, quackity, quack, 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 quack. All right, that was the end of the dictionary part of the podcast, and let's talk about another movie I saw. I need to pull up my list. Let's see. Ooh, I think I'm on Life of Brian. Monty Python's Life of Brian. I had not seen this for a while. I've seen this at least 2 or 3 times in my life, so, this was another time to add on to that list. And, it's adult. There's a little bit of nudity and, some adult talking, so, but I probably saw it when I was in high school, maybe. It's satire, it's good, it's funny, it deals with sort of like serious issues in super silly ways. There are some of the most classic comedy lines in this movie, and at certain times it takes a turn. I have a lot of thoughts about this movie, but it is so good, so funny, and highly recommend it. If you are very religious, you may not love it, but I suspect that maybe if you're listening to this, if you're similar to me, maybe you are not. But I'm not saying one way or the other is better or not. Just everybody's got their own thing when it comes to religion. So maybe you won't love this movie, and that's fine. But I do. And then of course there is the classic amazing song at the end, which is really a good lesson in life. Always look on the bright side of life. It's a good one. All right. That is the end of the episode. Thank you very much for listening to me talk about some ducky words and other stuff. And until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. I am your host, Spencer, and I don't know what to say. I don't know. I want to say something new kind of at the beginning, but there's nothing to say. You know, I could talk about my life, but there's really not that much to talk about right now, so maybe someday we'll do that. But instead, we got to talk about the words because we got so many words in this episode, so it might be a bit on the long side. The first word is duck pin. One word, duck and pin, combined together in holy matrimony to make duck pin. Noun from circa 1911. 1. A small bowling pin, shorter than a 10 pin, but proportionately wider at mid-diameter. A 10 pin, that's also one word. Maybe that's the kind of pin that they use for 10-pin bowling, but this one is shorter, but it is wider proportionately. So it's shorter and stockier and wider than the 10 pin, the normal bowling pin. Yeah, we gotta post a picture on social media for this duck pin. What do they use this in? Well, number 2, this one would be plural. It is a bowling game using duck pins. So it's called duck pins. Let's go play duck pins. How have I never heard of this game? Bowling? It's a different kind of bowling game using shorter, wider pins. And they're called duck pins because who knows? Who knows why? They're shorter, they're squatter, they go quack, quack when you smack them? I don't know. Never heard of duck pins. I want to play some duck pins. The sound effect is going to be do-do-do-do-do. Next is ducks and drakes. 3 words, or you can make it singular, duck and drake. Noun from 1583. This is the pastime of skimming flat stones or shells along the surface of calm water. Well, I guess they call that it. I've never heard of this. That's what I'm thinking. I have skipped stones. That's what I think of it as. Skimming flat stones, make them skip on the calm water. So why is it called ducks and drakes? The only thing I can think of is that maybe back in the day, people would skim these flat stones to try to hit the ducks and drakes. Maybe that's the pessimist in me, but that's the only thing I could think of. Or actually, here's another thought. When the ducks are coming in for a landing in the water, maybe they were like, oh, that's kind of like when we skip the flat stones. They skim across the top of the water. Those ducks and drakes do that. There is a phrase, a couple versions of it, make ducks and drakes with, or make ducks and drakes of, and that means to use recklessly. The synonym is squander, as in played ducks and drakes with his money. So he's just squandering his money. He's using his money recklessly. He's spending it all over the place on things that don't matter, that he doesn't need. So how is that connected to skimming flat stones? Maybe it's like he's metaphorically throwing his money into the water, and maybe it's kind of fun and looks cool, but then it just goes to the bottom of the water and you can't do anything with it. That's all I can think of. Ducks and drakes. Yep. I think I need to look into the etymology of this one. Boom, ba-doop, boop, boop. Next is duck sauce. 2 words. Noun from 1978. A thick sauce in Chinese cuisine that contains fruits like plums and apricots, vinegar, sweeteners, and seasonings. It sounds super tasty. I'm sure I've had some duck sauce, but I don't remember. It's probably called duck sauce because maybe they would put it on meals of duck meat. And they just like, hey, these flavors go real well with the duck meat, so we're going to call it a duck sauce. But you can put it on anything. Yeah, I think I want some of this as long as it's vegan, which it looks like it is. It's probably got a bit of a sweetness to it because it's got sweeteners and fruits, but maybe it's got also it's got an intensity to it because there's vinegar in it. Mmm. Boop 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 boop. Duck soup. 2 words, noun from 1912. This is just something easy to do, is duck soup. I do know that there is that Marx Brothers movie called Duck Soup, probably from the 30s, I would guess. I think I maybe saw it a long time ago, but I don't remember, so I don't know why it's called Duck Soup. Something maybe about something easy to do. But why? What is the name, Duck Soup? How does that have to do with something easy? Is making duck soup easy? I would assume no, but soup is maybe kind of an easy thing to make. You just throw a bunch of stuff into a pot and cook it up. But why duck specifically? I don't know. I don't know why. It's just something easy to do. I've never heard of this definition in relation to duck soup. What's easy to do? Go walking down the street. Walking down the street is duck soup. Boom ba-doop boom boom. Ducktail. Ducktails. This is a different ducktail, but it is obviously related, sort of. This is one word, and tail is spelled like the tail of a duck. Not the tales like the stories of the ducks going on fun adventures in a cartoon style. Ducktail, noun from 1948. A hairstyle in which the hair on each side is slicked back to meet in a ridge at the back of the head. Sounds like it looks fun and funny, and I want to post a picture of somebody with a ducktail hairstyle. I don't think my hair is long enough yet to do this. The name is from its resemblance to the tail of a duck. Well, for 1948, so this was probably popular in the 50s. My parents were young in the 50s, so they may not remember this ducktail hairstyle unless it went on well past that. I don't know. I can kind of imagine it. You know, those like 50s slicker kind of guys. For some reason, I'm thinking of Back to the Future, the first one where he goes back in time to 1955, I think. So this could have been right in the time of Ducktail. I feel like there could have been some people with ducktail hairstyles from Back to the Future. Maybe I'll look into that. Maybe someday I'll have to have my own ducktail hairstyle. Boom, ba-doom, boom, boom. When you got the ducktail hair, you maybe need to have a duck walk. One word, intransitive verb from 1950. To walk while in a crouch or full squatting position. Not an easy way to walk. You gotta do a squat, which some people just can't do, and then you gotta walk in a squat. You gotta squat walk. It's a duck walk. And it's a duck walk because, you know, you're kind of looking like a duck. They're like real low to the ground, and their feet, they're walking. That's what the duck feet are doing. They're walking. And you're down low. I think was it some musician, I want to say Chuck Berry or maybe somebody else did a duck walk. Was there something about a duck walk in the Blues Brothers movie? I don't know. I could be making that up, but yeah, you know, this is all around the same time. Ducks were very popular in popular culture. Ducktail hair, duck walk. Why were people so crazy about ducks around 1950? What was going on with the ducks? I don't know. Boom, 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 boom. Next is duckweed. One word. Noun from the 15th century. A small, floating, aquatic, monocotyledonous. It goes over to the second line, so it's hard to put it all together. Monocotyledonous plant. I think that's about how you say it. So the family name is Lemnaceae, which is the duckweed family, and I assume that it is called duckweed because it is floating in the water just like a duck, and it's a weed, basically, that grows in the water. Duckweed. Next is ducky, with a Y, duck with a Y, adjective from 1897. The other forms are duckier and duckiest. Number 1, the synonyms are darling and cute. Oh, you are so ducky. You're so ducky, as in a ducky little tea room. It's the cutest little tea room, filled with ducklings drinking tea. That's what I want to see. Please make me a picture of ducklings, the cutest little ducklings in a ducky tea room, drinking tea from cute little teacups with ducklings on the teacups. That would absolutely be the duckiest little image. Number 2, synonyms are satisfactory and fine, as in, everything is just ducky. It's fine. It's not fantastic. It's not terrible. It's ducky. This podcast is ducky. It's fine. It's fine. Satisfactory. It satisfies your needs of learning all of the words in the dictionary, and also it scratches that itch of silliness that you need in your life. Oh, my stomach. I need to eat some food. Next is duct. D-U-C-T, a word that often gets confused with the quack quack duck. No, it's not. It's duct. First form, noun from 1667. 1. A bodily tube or vessel, especially when carrying the secretion of a gland. So a gland in your body secretes something, and it needs a tube to go from one place to another, to go from the gland to wherever else it's got to go. So that's the duct. It's just a skinny little tube, probably. 2A, a pipe, tube, or channel that conveys a substance. Ooh, what sort of substance is this? Pipe, tube, or channel. This could be anything. You know, this is like the tubes in the building that send the air through. The air would be a substance, and then that duct is a pipe or a tube or a channel. And then maybe in a movie, somebody is crawling through the duct. The famous example is in Die Hard, he's going through the ducts. We just watched something where there was a cat in the duct. There's so many examples in TV and movie. I want somebody to edit together all of the examples where people are crawling through ducts. 2B, a pipe or tubular runway for carrying an electric power line, telephone cables, or other conductors. It's a tube. 3, a tube or elongated cavity in plant tissue. And the example where this is, this cavity, it's in a xylem vessel. Xylem is X-Y-L-E-M, a xylem vessel, which is in plant tissue, and it is a tube. 4, a layer, as in the atmosphere or the ocean, which occurs under usually abnormal conditions and in which radio or sound waves are confined to a restricted path. Well, this is interesting. It's a layer in the atmosphere or the ocean, and there are abnormal conditions that create this. And how does this even happen? Radio or sound waves are confined to this duct? I am shocked by this. Maybe I shouldn't be shocked by anything, really. All right, I think I got to put a link in the show notes about this atmosphere or ocean duct where weird things happen in the air or the water. I don't know, wind, currents, something, where the radio or sound waves can't escape this duct, this area. That's crazy talk. Ductile, with an A-L, that is an adjective, and ductless is also an adjective. Hopefully your body is not ductless because you need the ducts to send things from your glands. This is from the New Latin ductus, which is also, I guess, Middle Latin, which means aqueduct. And that would be the thing that the old, the Romans probably, they made the aqueduct, which would send the water from one place to another. And then, of course, this looks like it just got shortened to the last part of that word duct. By the way, aqueduct, it's also from the Latin word, I guess, is still ductus, which is act of leading, which is from ducere or ducere. I think it might be ducere, which means to lead. So leading the water from one place to another using this aqueduct, which now we just call duct. And that looks like it is related to all of those duce, ducat, duckle, duchess, duke words, because that was all about leading too. So the duct is leading the substances from one place to another. Boom, ba-doom, boom, bum. The second form of duct is a transitive verb from 1936. 1. To enclose in a duct. Oh, don't duct me. Please release me from this duct. I don't want to be duct. 2. To convey as a gas through a duct. Also, to propagate through a duct. And the thing in this case that is propagating would be radio waves. So is that the kind of duct that's in the atmosphere or the ocean? Or is there some other duct that radio waves can go through? I don't know. But yes, I guess you can use duct as a verb. Duct things. It's hard to say. Boom, ba, boom, bum, ba. Ductile is next, or you can say ductile, because it is spelled D-U-C-T-I-L-E. Ductile, ductile. Adjective from the 14th century. 1. Capable of being drawn out into wire or thread, as in ductile iron or ductile iron. Capable of being drawn out. So I guess the iron is ductile because it can be pulled into wires or threads? I don't know metal. I don't know how to work with metal in any way. 2. Easily led or influenced. Again, we see the similar etymology. Ductile is from all about leading. So easily led or influenced. So all the people are sheep. We are all the sheeple. And so we are easily led or influenced by people who just sort of take charge. So we are ductile or ductile. I'm sure there's plenty of other examples that are better. 3. Capable of being fashioned into a new form. Yes. Oh, that's so ductile. This clay can be fashioned into a new form. This is some very ductile clay. The synonym is plastic. So not the literal noun plastic, but more of like the adjective, like, ooh, it's very plastic. It has plasticity. It's movable, squishable. Yeah. Ductility is a noun. So I guess a thing can have ductility if it is easily influenced or led or fashioned into a new form. Oh, the etymology, it's all the same stuff. Boom, 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 boom. Ducting. So it's duct with a T, and then we put an ing. Ducting. Noun from 1945. A system of ducts. Also, the material composing a duct. So I guess like if you're creating a duct in a building, like with metal and things, then that material maybe would be called the ducting or some other duct. I can't think of other ducts other than the ones in your body maybe, or plants. The material that makes it is the ducting, and then the whole system of all the ducts is the ducting. Boop, 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 boop. Next is ductless. You really have to emphasize that T. which is hard to do. Ductless gland. 2 words. Noun from circa 1852. The synonym is endocrine gland. So in not too long, we will learn about what the endocrine gland is. But I'm going to guess it has no ducts, which I don't know. It must be for some good reason. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't need a duct. It sends its secretions out in some other way. Yeah, that's what I thought. Boom, 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 boom. Duct tape. Oh boy, everybody's favorite thing in the world, duct tape. 2 words, noun from 1973. A wide cloth adhesive tape originally designed for sealing joints in heating or air conditioning ducts, which is why it is called duct tape. But clearly, we know from so many things that duct tape is and can be used for just about anything that you can think of. I think they say that, like, if you're going out on a camping trip, you should bring a roll of duct tape because it will probably come in handy. Famously, Mythbusters did a number of episodes all about duct tape, and so they were able to do some pretty amazing stuff with this seemingly innocuous tape adhesive substance. Duct tape, 2 words with a hyphen, is a transitive verb. Go ahead and duct tape that thing with some duct tape. You have to emphasize the T every time. Duct tape. You can't say duct tape, although I'm pretty sure there is a brand of duct tape with a duck on it. They're just leaning into that. Oh yeah, duct tape. I don't know. I don't have a ton of experience with duct tape other than just normal stick stuff with it. I haven't made any clothes or wallets like some people do, which are very cool. People have made some amazing articles of clothing or more with duct tape. I haven't built any boats or created things with duct tape, but you can. Bum, 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 bum. This next word, how do you say this? Ductule. D-U-C-T-U-L-E. Ductule. Noun from 1883. A small duct. Just the tiniest of ducts is a ductule. Bum, 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 bum. Ductus arteriosus. 2 words. Ductus? Yes, ductus arteriosus. Noun from 1811. A short, broad vessel in the fetus that connects the pulmonary artery with the aorta and conducts most of the blood directly from the right ventricle to the aorta, bypassing the lungs. This is a new Latin phrase, couple of words, which literally means arterial duct. Ductus arteriosus, arterial duct. So, but it says it's in the fetus, so do we not have it anymore once we grow past the fetus age? Connects the pulmonary artery. I think that's something about the lungs, right? With the aorta, which is the big old vessel that comes right off of the heart, and it conducts. See, that's an interesting word. Conduct. It's sending things from one to another. Ooh, interesting. Okay. It conducts most of the blood directly from the right ventricle to the aorta. So that'd be the right ventricle of the heart to the aorta, but it bypasses the lungs. The right ventricle. So that's, I think, on the opposite side of the aorta, right? I wonder what's the purpose of this in the fetus? I don't know. Duct work. 1 word. Noun from 1934. The synonym is ducting. So that's the whole system of ducts, or the material that make a duct is the duct work. It's probably more the system of ducts. Okay, we don't have to say that hard word anymore. The last word, 2 forms, it's the word dud, D-U-D. First form, noun from 1567. Number 1 is plural, so it's duds. So 1A, the synonym is clothing. Ooh, you got some cool duds on right now. Yeah. Oh, thanks, man. I made it out of duct tape. Ooh, sweet. You got some duct tape duds right there. 1B, personal belongings. So not just your clothes, but just the stuff that you got on you, the stuff that you own, your things. It's nobody else's things, it's your personal things. Those are your duds. 2A, one that is ineffectual. Also the synonym failure, as in a box office dud. It's ineffectual. It was not effective in performing its task. It failed miserably. It's a dud. Nobody wants to make anything that's a dud. Although I'm pretty sure this podcast is a dud. But that's fine. I'm still doing it. 2B, the synonym is misfit. So you're like, I want to drop out of society. I don't want to do all the things that all the other people are doing. I'm a misfit. My fits are missing. I don't know. Number 3, a bomb or missile that fails to explode. Some people have gotten very lucky. They find a bomb. I think I've heard stories of people who find a bomb in their lawn from, I don't know, maybe World War II or something that was a dud. Just didn't work. And so now they have this unexploded bomb. Hopefully, it stays a dud. I think once a dud, always a dud. That's what they say. Oh, the etymology just says, this is from the Middle English dud, but I don't know how they pronounce it. It is spelled D-U-D-D-E, dud. And I don't know what they're talking about. Is it the clothing, the personal belongings, something that's a failure, a bomb that doesn't explode is a failure? I don't know. Boom, boom, bum, 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 bum. The second form of dud is an adjective from 1903. Of little or no worth. The synonym is valueless, as in dud checks. Why? How can checks have no value? I mean, you write the value. I don't know. Maybe it's something else. Something that has no value is a dud thing. Okay, well, that was the end of that part. Now it's time to reread the words real quick just to remind everybody about them, because we all need that, because we forget everything, because we're old, and then I shall pick a word of the episode. We had duck pin, ducks and drakes, duck sauce, duck soup, ducktail, duck walk, duckweed, ducky, duct, duct, ductile, ducting, ductless gland, blah, duct tape, ductule, ductus arteriosus, duct work, dud and dud. I'm pretty sure I think I just need to pick duct tape as the word of the episode, right? I mean, I did like duck soup, something easy to do. I really like things that are easy. Make my life easy, please. But no, I think I will pick duct tape because it is one of just the most important things that humans can have in various situations. You should always have some duct tape on you, I think. Wouldn't that be smart? Shouldn't you do that? Yes, you should. Go get some duct tape, please. Duct tape. Pulling off the duct tape. I'm gonna go tape some stuff with the duct tape. Gonna make some clothes with the duct tape. I don't really have a good song. I don't know how to do this song. Duct tape. Duct tape. Are there any songs about duct tape? There should be songs about duct tape. Duct tape is a cloth adhesive tape, and you can use it for everything. Why can you use it for everything? I don't know what has to do with chemistry. All right, the next movie I watched on my movie list is Evil Dead Rise. Sharon and I went and saw this. I think it was opening night. It's fun. It's got a lot of the, it's got all the Evil Dead stuff in there. Yeah, it was just super crazy fun and little less silly than some of the other early Evil Dead movies. But it still had some silliness to it. It was more of a serious horror movie. It was good. It was fine. It was it didn't maybe quite live up to what we thought it could, possibly, but yeah, we enjoyed it. And the end is just bonkers, super fun. So yeah, I recommend watching it if you enjoy the Evil Dead movies. Yeah, that's it. That's all I'm gonna tell you today. That's all you get from me. Thank you very much for listening to this podcast. And until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Hello, word nerds. How are you doing, word nerds? You are word nerds, and you're here to listen to me, Spencer, talk about some words. The first word in this episode is, quickly, I will say, if you want to follow me on social media, at dictionarypod on Twitter and Instagram. My personal is at speedjampar. My personal also has a TikTok account that's mostly dictionary-related short little videos. You can email me, dictionarypod@gmail.com. Please write a review, rate it, 5 stars, put in some positive words in the review. Share this podcast with everybody. Subscribe to it. You can call the Google Voice number in the show notes and leave a message, and then I can put it in an episode if you want me to. 917-727-5757. I think I got that number right. You can buy merchandise for this show. There's a TeePublic link in the show notes. You can watch this show on YouTube. Go check out my YouTube channel. The dictionary stuff is just 10 blocks of 10 episodes all into one video. But I have a whole bunch of other fun videos there as well. Oh, what else? Join the Patreon for as little as $1 a month. Gets you early episodes. I think at the time of recording, I have episodes scheduled like a week in advance. A week and a half advance, actually. So, if you want some early episodes, go join the Patreon. Okay, let's talk about the words. The first word is dude. D-U-D-E. First form. You can also say dude if you want to get that Y sound in there. Noun from 1883. 1. A man extremely fastidious in dress and manner. The synonym is dandy. I am pretty sure this definition for this word is not really used anymore. I can't imagine. Maybe there's some older people who will use it this way, but yeah, I don't think we really use it this way anymore. Also, I mean, yes, it's saying specifically a man. That's very genderized. I would not be considered a dude in this definition. I am not extremely fastidious in the way that I look and my manner. I just look okay. I look fine. My clothes are just meh. I mean, right now I got a hole in my pants, which I don't love, but it's fine. I'm not a dandy, I guess, or a dude. But there's more, of course. Number 2, a city dweller, unfamiliar with life on the range. Okay, especially an Easterner in the West. I always wondered, we're going to see a related word, which is dude ranch, coming up here. So I was like, why do we use the word dude in that context? What's with the dude? The dudes on the ranch? Who are they? What are they? Why are they dudes? So, I mean, I guess I would be a dude in that context because I am essentially a city dweller, and I am not familiar with the life on the ranch. I don't know how to take care of the animals or the land or live on the land or camp or cook on a fire out there in the fields or the outsides, those outsides over there under the stars. I don't know how to do that stuff. So I am definitely a dude in that way. Number 3, the synonyms are fellow and guy. and just any fellow or guy. This is sometimes used informally as a term of address, as in, "Hey dude, what's up?" That's just so informal when you're addressing somebody that way. Fellow or guy, just, literally, according to this, literally any person, really. Any male, but also really just any person. I mean, fellow and guy can be very, those don't have to be men. They can be anybody. "Hey, dude, what's up? What are you doing, dude?" This has really... I'm a little surprised we don't have anything... I guess that number 3 definition is the closest we're going to get, but, like, this word dude has I don't know. There's some other ways that it can be used, but, generally, like, yeah, I'll just go, "Hey, dude, what's up? Dude." It's just part of our vernacular. It's part of my language. I will call anybody a dude. I don't care who you are. You're going to be a dude. It's a very weird word. Dudish is an adjective. Who uses that? Who are we talking about? The city dweller? The dandy? You're acting so dudish on the ranch because you don't know what you're doing. You tied up that cow so dudishly, which is an adverb. The origin is unknown for this word. We do not know where it came from. That really bothers me. I want to know. I want to know where dude came from. Okay, well, we have to move on, and I feel like my sound effect, I just want to say the word dude. I think that's what I want to do. Duh. Okay, sound effect. Dude. And then I'll probably just say it in different ways. The second form of dude is a transitive verb from 1899. The synonym is dress up, and this is usually used with the word up. So dude up, dress up. When we stopped using this. When did we stop using this? A long time ago, probably. It was coined in 1899. We probably stopped using it in 1900. Dude up. So yeah, this is more related to the number 1 definition. A man extremely fastidious in dress and manner. Oh, it's time to go out, go to the bars, go to the restaurants, go to the show. I'm gonna dude up. I'm gonna dress all fastidious and stuff. Watch out, people. Spencer's duding up. That just sounds weird to me. Dude. Next is dudeen. D-U-D-E-E-N. Dudeen. Noun from 1841. A short tobacco pipe made of clay. A dudeen. This is, I think that must be Irish, right? Yes, it looks like that would be Irish. From their word, their word dude, D-U-D, with an accent on the U. Don't know how they would say it. Dude. That's probably how they say it, right? Dude. I don't know. That dude word in Irish just means pipe. So it's a pipe, a dudeen. Then the word dude turned into the Irish word dudeen, D-U-I-D-I-N, which then got a whole other spelling when it got into English. Dude? Next is Dude Ranch. 2 words, noun from 1921. A vacation resort offering activities, as horseback riding, typical of Western ranches. I didn't realize this was a vacation resort, a place where the people from the East could go vacation in the West, similar to Western ranches. Ooh, honey, look, we get to go horseback riding at this dude ranch. I feel like such a dude in my fastidious dress. Well, maybe the people in the West called the people of the East dudes because from their perspective, the people from the East who would come who would come to the West and didn't know anything about life on the ranch, they were probably fastidious in their dress and their manner. They were dandies from the perspective of the people in the West. So maybe they're the ones who coined this word. Not sure, we still don't know where the word came from exactly, but that's my guess. So a dude ranch, is it only in the West? Are there dude ranches in the East? Where are the dude ranches is what I want to know. I want to go vacation at a Western ranch. No, I don't really. It's a place where the dudes go. Silly. I guess I thought that it was just a ranch in the West and they called them dude ranches, but no, it's a vacation resort. Dude. Next is Duchenne. Now, there is no N in the middle of this. It is not dungeon, where you put the criminals, the torturing things. No, this is Duchenne. Dudgeon. First form. Noun from the 15th century. Number 1 is obsolete, and it is a wood used especially for dagger hilts. I've never heard of this wood, this tree. Is it a tree? Or is it just the wood from the tree? What's the tree called? I don't know. I don't know anything, but they use it for dagger hilts. I wonder why. How did dudgeon become specifically used for dagger hilts? That's the part where you hold the dagger. Number 2A is archaic. By the way, all three of these definitions are either archaic or obsolete, so I guess we just don't use this word anymore at all whatsoever. Goodbye. 2A is archaic, a dagger with a handle of dudgeon. Maybe we need to post a picture on social media of this dudgeon dagger with a hilt made of dudgeon. Does it look cool? I hope it does. Probably doesn't. Maybe it just looks like wood. 2B is obsolete, a haft made of dudgeon. And I don't know what a haft is. H-A-F-T. Maybe it's related to a dagger? I don't know. I'll never know. Dude. The second form of dudgeon, noun from 1573. A fit or state of indignation. This is often used in the phrase, in high dudgeon. So if you're in high dudgeon, you're in a state of indignation. I'm trying to think of how to describe that. I don't know if I can. I just don't know. Maybe I just don't know the word well enough. I feel like I kind of know it in my head, but I don't. Maybe not. Maybe not. Indignation. Is it like you don't care for something, you don't agree with something? I don't know. I don't think that's probably the best way to describe it. In high dudgeon is when you got a bunch of indignation. The origin of this one is unknown. Maybe it somehow came from the word indignation. It seems like maybe a stretch. Oh, there is a synonym. See the word offense. Or is it offense? I don't know which context we would be using. The noun, it's a noun, so it would be offense or offense. I don't know. Indignation. So you're on the offensive. Maybe somebody's coming at you and you're like, whoa, hey, don't be coming at me. I guess? No, maybe that would be the defensive. Yeah, I don't know. There is some separate etymology for the first form of dudgeon, the one with the wood, but it's just, Middle English and Anglo-French, and it doesn't really describe what those words mean, so it's probably just the wood. So I think the second form is unrelated somehow. Dude? The next word is the first form of the word due, D-U-E, the beginning of the D-U-E section. Adjective from the 14th century. 1. Owed or owing as a debt. So this is how you describe something. Oh, this stuff is due. It's a due thing because it is owed. 2A, owed or owing as a natural or moral right, as in, everyone's right to dissent is due the full protection of the Constitution. Everyone's right to dissent, which means everyone has the right to disagree about a thing, that is due the full protection of the Constitution. So I think that means that you are owed that right to disagree because of the Constitution of America. I assume that's the Constitution we're talking about. It's a natural or moral right. You have the right to disagree about what I say here in the podcast. You may not be right. You may be wrong if I'm saying a fact. You can disagree with it, but, facts are facts, I think, sometimes, most of the time. By the way, that is a quote from Nat Hentoff. Nat Hentoff. 2b. According to accepted notions or procedures, the synonym is appropriate, as in, with all due respect. With all due respect, all of the respect I'm giving you is appropriate, but I do fully disagree with you. Number 3a, satisfying or capable of satisfying a need, obligation, or duty. Satisfying a need, obligation, or duty, or capable of satisfying a need, obligation, or duty. The synonym is adequate, as in giving the matter due attention. Adequate attention, you could replace that word. You are satisfying the need, obligation, or duty of the attention that is required. Yeah. 3b, the synonyms are regular and lawful, as in due proof of loss. Regular proof of loss, lawful proof of loss. This definitely seems like something that they would use in the legal world. 4. Capable of being attributed. The synonym is, I think you would call it, or you would pronounce it describable. No, ascribable. Capable of being attributed, synonym is ascribable, and this is used with the word to, T-O, as in, this advance is partly due to a few men of genius, which is a quote from A.N. Whitehead. So this advance is partly attributed to a few men of genius. It is due to them, because of what they did. This advance, there's an advance of some kind. I don't know what kind of advance we're talking about. 5. Having reached the date at which payment is required. This synonym is payable, as in, the rent is due. Ooh, I may have sent shivers down some of your spines. When is this airing? Near the end of May. So, probably for many people, in like a week or two, the rent will be due. The date has arrived where you need to pay the rent for the place that you live. Otherwise, you cannot live there anymore. 6. Required or expected in the prescribed, normal, or logical course of events. The synonym is scheduled, as in, the train is due at noon. It is scheduled to arrive here at this very station at noon o'clock. Don't be late. You can be early, but you're just going to wait and wait. Hopefully, the train is not late, because nobody wants a late train. It is due to arrive, but it might not arrive at that time. It is required or expected in the prescribed normal or logical course of events. The logical course of events with a train running on a track is that it will arrive at noon. Also, more to the definition, expected to give birth. Oh, when are you due? When is the baby expected to come out of your body? In some way. It's expected to come out in 3 weeks, but could be early, could be late. I was very late. I was like 2 weeks late. I was expected to be born in August, and I was born in September. Dueness is a noun. This is from, let's see, the Anglo-French deber, which means to owe, from the Latin debere, and there's more at the word debt, D-E-B-T. You're owed a thing. Dude! The second form of do is a noun from the 15th century. This is something due or owed as a something that rightfully belongs to one, as in, give him his due. So, let's see, something that rightfully belongs to somebody. So, give him his due. He is owed this thing. He is rightfully owed what? I don't know, something. But that thing that he is owed, that he deserves, that he has a right to have, that's his due. B, a payment or obligation required by law or custom, and the synonym is debt. C, this one is plural. The synonyms are fees and charges, as in membership dues. If you are in a union of some kind, you will have to pay membership dues, fees, charges, because you owe them. You owe them to the union so they can take care of you in various ways. Dude. The third form of do is an adverb from 1582. Number 1, the synonyms are directly and exactly, as in due north, straight up to north or east or south or west, or any of the other ones, directly in that direction. Due north. You know, that thing is over there, it's due north. I don't know what else to say about that one. Number 2, this one is obsolete, and the synonym is duly, D-U-L-Y. I guess we'll learn about that word soonish. If somebody said, what is the word do in the phrase due north? Like adverb, adjective, what is it? And I don't know if I would have been able to come up with that. I think I probably would have said adjective, but it's an adverb because it is done in that direction, directly, exactly. See, those help because they have an ly, and adverbs often have an ly at the end. Adverbs are kind of weird, so it's a way to describe how the action is being done. Is that right? I think so. So it's like an adjective for verbs, and I guess in this context, maybe north would be the verb? No, that doesn't make any sense. It doesn't have to describe an exact... Anyway, it's if you go in that direction, straight in that direction, you're doing it in a do way. Well, maybe in a duly way, because that's a word we don't use anymore. Maybe they used to say duly instead of... Maybe they would say duly north instead of due north. But they're like, that word sounds weird. We don't want to use it anymore. Dude. Next is due diligence. 2 words. Noun from 1877. 1. The care that a reasonable person exercises to avoid harm to other persons or their property. A reasonable person. This very much seems like a thing in the legal world. This is worded in such a way that I think that a lawyer might say something like this. Due diligence. A reasonable person does normal things, does what they can. They take care to avoid harm to other people and what those other people own. Due diligence. Why do we use this word this way? Is it because those people are owed some sort of diligence? I don't know. It's a little confusing to my brain. But yes, I hope that everybody is reasonable and that they do their due diligence and they're taking care of people, or at the very least, they're not causing harm to them. It's not hard to do to not cause harm. It's easy to do your due diligence. Number 2, research and analysis of a company or organization done in preparation for a business transaction, as a corporate merger or purchase of securities. So when companies want to buy another company, or when just a singular company wants to buy another company or multiple companies, they are going to do their due diligence. They're going to look at all of their financials and all assets and all that kind of stuff to figure out if they really want to buy them or not. I would also add, it's related to number 2, but it's not about companies. If you just need to research something, anything, to learn more about a thing before you make a decision, that would be your due diligence. It's the same idea as number 2, but it's not specifically dealing with companies and corporations. It's if I wanted to do my due diligence on this podcast, maybe I would have done a little bit extra research, but I didn't do that. I just kind of jumped into it. That's fine. Yeah. Due diligence. I think it is very important to do your due diligence, whether you're researching something ahead of time or if you're traveling and you want to get an Airbnb or a hotel or something, maybe your due diligence would be researching the area of the city that you've never been to see if it's a neighborhood if you want to stay in or not. So that would be an example of due diligence. Also, avoid harm to other people and their property. Dude. The next word is the first form of duel. D-U-E-L. Noun from the 15th century. 1. A combat between two persons, specifically a formal combat with weapons fought between two persons in the presence of witnesses. If you're fighting, just fighting with your friend, your enemy, whoever it is, but there's nobody around, it's not a duel. You gotta have some witnesses to watch it happen. And of course, has the DU prefix. We've seen a few other cases where this means two. So a duel, two people fighting in some way. Maybe they got swords. Maybe they got pistols. They do like the 10 paces, turn around and shoot thing. Maybe they just have gloves. And they're just smacking their faces. That's the only kind of duel I would want to be in. Number 2. A conflict between antagonistic persons, ideas, or forces. Also, a hard-fought contest between two opponents. How is that part different than the first part? I guess in the first definition, it's literally a combat. There's fighting happening. But in the second one, it's just a contest between two opponents. So they might not literally be fighting fisticuffs or whatever stabby things. No, they're just it's just a contest. They're just going against each other, and it's fun and nobody gets hurt. That's also the kind of duel I would be okay with. This is from the Middle Latin word duellum, which is from, I guess this is Old Latin? That must be Old Latin. Maybe that word is duellum. It doesn't specifically say. And that means war. So war in Old Latin was duellum, which became duel. And war is often but just between two opponents, but not always. Sometimes a lot of other people get in a war. But, we're all basing this on two. Two opponents. Duel. John Wick has a great duel. Dude. The second form of duel is a verb from circa 1645. Let's see. It looks like you can spell the other forms with one L or two L's. Dueled and dueling. This is to fight a duel. This is intransitive. To fight a duel. That would be the combat between two persons. Transitive is to encounter in a duel. And who are you encountering? An opponent. And to encounter an opponent in a duel. And that is a very weird way to use that word. If you are fighting in a duel, you are dueling. But if you are encountering how do you use that in a sentence? Oh, I just happened to encounter an opponent while in a duel. Strange. Unless that's like you're in a duel, and then the opponent comes up to you, and you have been dueled. Ooh, I dueled you. Dueler is a noun. Also, duelist. That's a noun. Dueler or duelist. Dude. Next is duello. Duello. D-U-E-L-L-O. Duello. Noun from 1588. 1. The rules or practice of dueling. Had never heard that one before. The rules of a duel are the duello. And then number 2, the synonym is just duel. Dude. I believe, if I remember correctly, in that movie Basketball, the two main characters have a whole conversation, and I think they just say the word dude, if I remember correctly.
Dude.
The last word in this episode is duende. D-U-E-N-D-E. And They Might Be Giants have a song that has the word duende in there, and I can't remember the words off the top of my head, but I think I need to put in a clip.
Orpheum act, Faustian pact, 3 might be duende in fact.
Duende is a noun from 1964. The power to attract through personal magnetism and charm. Whoa. The power to attract through personal magnetism and charm. This is fascinating. I had no idea what this word meant. This is a Spanish word. I guess it's a Spanish dialect, and it means charm. It is from, I guess, the regular Spanish word duende, which means ghost or goblin? What? Ghosts and goblins are known for their charm and personal magnetism. It is probably from the phrase duen de casa. That's 3 words, duen de casa, which is from dueño de casa, which means owner of a house. Oh, this is fascinating. Dueño de casa, owner of a house, which got shortened to duende. Duende. So they got rid of the casa part. And, if there's a ghost, it might be hanging out in a house, so they're like the previous owner of a house. How that turned into charm and personal magnetism, I am so confused by that, but it's fascinating. This is a great word. Duende. Duende. Huh. I don't think I have any duende. All right, let's reread the words and pick a word of the episode. We had dude, dudine, dude ranch, dudgeon, due diligence, duel, where'd it go? Duello and duende. Well, I was thinking about picking due diligence because I think it is really, 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 really important to do your due diligence. I don't always think about doing it, but I highly recommend that you just do your due diligence. Very important. But I think I have to pick, also dude. I mean, I just love that word dude. But I think I have to pick duende. A latecomer to this episode was unexpected. Duende, I think, will be the word of the episode because I just find it fascinating. The etymology is fascinating. The definition is fascinating. Duende. Spencer has no duende, but maybe when he's singing this song, he's got a little duende. Is Spencer a ghost? Maybe someday Spencer will be a ghost, 'cause he's the owner of a casa. That's going to be it for this episode. Thank you very much for listening. Oh, yes. And until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. I am Spencer, your host, and welcome to the dictionary. Yay! Woo, baby, it's the dictionary. All right, the first word in this episode is duena. Duena. You could also say duena. Duenna. Noun from 1623. 1. An elderly woman serving as governess and companion to the younger ladies in a Spanish or a Portuguese family. So is she hired, I wouldn't say a nanny necessarily because it's the younger ladies, not the children, but I guess the younger ladies, maybe they need a good mentor, somebody to chaperone them maybe. Actually, number 2, I didn't even see this. The synonym is chaperone. So yeah, a duena, a chaperone, a companion in Spanish and Portuguese cultures. The etymology, it is from the Spanish dueña, which is from the Latin domina, which means mistress. And there's more at the word dame. And then, of course, if we look at the end of the previous episode, oh, no, that one wasn't related at all. Nope. Dueño, actually, that was in there. Dueño. But this is dueña. Oh, that's like master. So, yeah, that would be owner or master, male, masculine and feminine. Duenaship, that is a noun. So maybe a duenna has a duenna ship. She gets hired in a duenna ship situation, possibly. Okay, sound effect. Let's do. The next word is due process. 2 words. Noun from the 15th century. Number 1, a course or formal proceedings, as legal proceedings, carried out regularly and in accordance with established rules and principles. And this is called also procedural due process. And then number 2, a judicial requirement that enacted laws may not contain provisions that result in the unfair, arbitrary, and unreasonable treatment of an individual. And this one is called also substantive due process. Clearly, this is all stuff dealing with defendants and plaintiffs and attorneys and judges and juries and trials and all of those other legal words that people can think of. Objection, sustained. Let's see. So it's the process. It's a thing that they do to make sure that they go through all of the proper things. They do this regularly. It doesn't really give a whole lot of details, really. It's a formal proceedings carried out regularly in accordance with established rules and principles. That's the first one. Yeah, legal stuff. Good times. The next word, first form of duet. D-U-E-T. Noun from circa 1740. A composition for 2 performers. This could be instrument players or singers, or maybe one is a singer and one is an instrument player. This is from the Italian duetto, which is the diminutive of duo, which means duo. So it's a duo, 2 people creating some music together. They are a duet. Well, let's talk about the next one. The second form of duet is an intransitive verb from 1822. You can spell the other forms duetted or duetting with 1 T or 2 T's. This is to perform a duet. So the first one is the actual composition, the thing that they are performing. But then the action of performing that thing is the verb. And they're both called duet. But the action of doing it is almost 100 years. It's like 80 years later. That seems a little weird to me. Was there another word that they used instead? I try to think. I mean, there are so many famous duet songs. But of course, I can't think of any or wouldn't be able to sing you any right now. Um, so many millions and millions of duet songs. Are there some good funny ones? Um, I mean, there's some in like Avenue Q popped in my head. There's some good duets. Uh, I guess you couldn't call this a duet because they add like 3, 4, 5, 6 people. But the song starts off as a duet called "Everyone's a Little Bit Racist," and that's a very silly song. Yeah, there's some other good duet songs in there. I can't think of one. I want to be able to sing you a duet. Most of them are romantical love songs. Ooh, baby, I love your style so much. Oh, yeah, my style, it's great. That's a duet. Next is due to. This is 2 words. The first word is D-U-E. The second word is T-O. Due to. This is a preposition from 1897, and it means as a result of. The synonym is because of. So we have an example. Due to the complaints of uptight parents, he lost his job. That is a quote from Herbert Gold. What were the parents complaining about? Whatever this guy did, the parents started complaining. And because of those complaints, due to those complaints, as a result of those complaints, he lost his job. He made some bad decisions. There is some usage information here. The objection to due to as a preposition is only a continuation of disagreements that began in the 18th century over the proper uses of the words owing and due. Due to is as grammatically sound as owing to, which is frequently recommended in its place. It has been and is used by reputable writers and has been recognized as standard for decades. There is no solid reason to avoid due to. I very much appreciate that. I never knew that we had problems with this phrase, but history has shown that we are allowed to use due to. Yeah, I guess like what, I wouldn't be able to tell you right now, but like what form of the word do, what definition of the word do are we using here? I guess it's like owed. We are owed. No, I don't know. But yes, you can use due to in situations due to the fact that Spencer is reading the dictionary. He has no listeners. We are in the DUF section, which is not very long. This is the first form of the word duff, D-U-F-F. Duffman is gonna drink some beer. Noun from 1816. 1. A boiled or steamed pudding, often containing dried fruit. This sounds British. A boiled or steamed pudding. I don't know how to make pudding. Do you cook it in some way? Or only certain kinds of puddings? This must be a sweet pudding because it's got dried fruit, but people put some stuff together that don't necessarily go together. So, yeah, this one's got dried fruit, and it is called duff. Number 2, the partly decayed organic matter on the forest floor is called duff. I wonder why. And then number 3, fine coal is also called duff, and the synonym is slack. So I guess this is the coal that you take. Maybe it's like the coal that you cook on a grill, but it's finely ground into maybe a powder or something, and it's also called slack or duff. So this is an English dialect word, and it is an alternative of, well, let's just double check some pronunciation here. It looks like it's the word dough, but because we know that the GH or the OUGH can also be pronounced like an F sound. There could be another proper pronunciation that's duff. Let's check here. Do. Now that says do. All those they say do. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything that says that it could be pronounced duff, but I'm just going to say that at some point somebody probably pronounced it duff. Duff. Next. The second form of duff, noun from circa 1837. The synonym is buttocks, as in, get off your duff. Get off your duff and go do some work, young man. You gotta go to school and then work in the factory. Get off your duff. The origin of this one is unknown. So about almost 200 years ago, somebody was talking about your ass, but they didn't want to say ass or butt or buttocks or tush or glutes or anything like that. They said duff. Somehow we say duff for that. I wonder, when they created Duff beer in The Simpsons, I wonder if it was related to this one. Get off your butt, or just sitting on your butt sitting on your duff, drinking Duff beer. I don't know. I'm not an expert necessarily on every Simpsons episode, so I can't think of anything specific, maybe if that was referenced, but it's possible. I was just talking to a coworker yesterday who has literally never seen The Simpsons because he was born well after it started airing, and I think he said his parents really didn't allow him to watch it. I'm not sure why, but yeah, he's never seen it. He has some idea of what the show is, but you can't know what The Simpsons is until you watch The Simpsons. Oh. Makes me want to watch The Simpsons. The third form of duff is an adjective from circa 1889. This is British, and the synonyms are inferior and worthless. It's not worth anything. It's bad, it's terrible, we don't like it, it's just some duff. Maybe it's like a boiled or steamed pudding that contains dried fruit, or partly decayed organic matter on the forest floor, or fine coal. This is from the word duff, which is a noun which says it's something worthless, and it is from the first form of the word duff, which is all those three things that I just read, but there's nothing there that said anything about being worthless. It's up to the eye of the beholder, up to the person who's eating the pudding, walking through the forest, or who's got some coal. Is it worthless? I don't know. I don't know if any of those things are worthless. You tell me. Next is duffel. Duffel or le. Either spelling is fine. Noun from 1677. 1. A coarse, heavy, woolen material with a thick nap. Just a big ol' heavy material made out of wool. Duffel. 2. Transportable personal belongings, equipment, and supplies. All of the stuff, all of those things that you might put into a bag made of duffel is also called duffel. Number 3. The synonym is duffel bag. And number 4, the synonym is duffel coat. And those actually have different spellings. Duffel bag is spelled with an E-L, and duffel coat is spelled with an L-E. I wonder how that happened. And why do we have both spellings? Well, it could have something to do with the etymology. This is from the Dutch word duffel, which is spelled with an E-L, and that is from Duffel, Belgium. So there's a capital D there. Duffel, Belgium. So maybe that's where they made this woolen material in the first place. But then maybe when it got into English, English people were like, we don't like the EL. We don't spell words that way. Here in English lands, we like to spell them with an L-E. So, the duffel bag, though, let's talk about that real quick. Duffel bag, 2 words, noun from 1917. A soft, oblong bag for personal belongings. Maybe it's personal belongings, equipment and supplies, all of those things. So maybe the duffel bag was invented in Belgium, and that's why it kept the EL spelling. And then maybe the duffel coat was invented somewhere else, made out of this duffel material, maybe in England or something, and that's why it got the LE spelling. But we're going to talk about duffel coat a little bit later. Very soon. Duffel bag. Everybody's got a duffel bag, right? I don't have a duffel bag. Never mind. Yeah, it's kind of like a cylinder shape, but the ends, I feel like, are rounded. They're not flat necessarily. They could be flat. I don't know. You think of military people having duffel bags. I don't think they're made out of the duffel material, though, anymore. I think they're made out of just whatever material you want. When anything you want is fine. Silk, velvet, canvas, skin. I really don't know what this sound effect is. The next word is duffer. Noun from 1756, 1A. A peddler, especially of cheap, flashy articles. Well, cheap is the important part there. Oh, because the duff is something worthless, inferior, worthless. So the person who's trying to get rid of that stuff and just make a buck, they're the duffer. 1B. Come and get your duffs. Here we go. I got your duffs. Real cheap. It's flashy. It's real fun. You're gonna get sick of it real soon. Come get your duffs. I'm a duffer. Only $5. Or $1. 1B. Something counterfeit or worthless is a duffer. 2. An incompetent, ineffectual, or clumsy person, especially a mediocre golfer. I haven't heard of a golfer being described as a duffer. Because they're an incompetent, ineffectual, or clumsy person, I would probably be described as a duffer golfer because I can't really do it so good. Number 3, this is Australian, and it is a cattle rustler. Doesn't give any etymology for why that is, why they call a cattle rustler a duffer in Australia. Does kind of sound like an Australian word, I guess. A duffer? A duffer? I don't know how to say it. And when you're not in context, I don't know. Doesn't make any sense. And yes, this is perhaps from the word duff, which is something worthless. Again, nothing other than the adjective, nothing said anything about duff being something worthless. There was no noun of a thing that's worthless. That's what I'm trying to say. Here is duffel coat, and we have more information on the spelling. You can spell it either way, with the LE or the EL, but they do give LE first, so that one seems like it's probably more common. Noun from 1684, a heavy, usually woolen, medium-length coat with toggle fasteners and a hood. You gotta have the hood on there. The fasteners are toggle. I don't know what that means exactly. Toggle fasteners? I don't know. I know buttons. I know zippers. I can imagine some other fasteners, but I don't know what they're called. Maybe they're called toggle fasteners. Maybe on social media, I gotta post pictures of a duffel bag and a duffel coat. Anything else that we missed? Yeah, let's post pictures of those on the social media. At dictionarypod. Go ahead, follow me. Follow me to the ends of the earth as I post pictures and sometimes have slightly silly captions. Here is the word doofus. D-U-F-U-S. D-U-F-U-S. It is a variation of doofus with 2 O's. So go back to that word to hear me talk about doofus. Hear a doofus talk about doofus. And that was the last of the DUF words. Here is the short DUG section, starting with dug. First form, it is the past form of the word dig. Here is the second form of dug. Noun from 1530. Oh, this is not at all what I was expecting at all. Number 1 is the synonym udder. UDDER. And more of this. Okay, yeah, I've never heard of this. Number 2 is usually vulgar when used of a woman. The synonym is teat, T-E-A-T, and this is usually used of a suckling animal. So, let's see. I'm trying to... So the suckling animal would be suckling on the teat or the udder, but then I guess if you can call a woman a dug, and that's vulgar. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. You're like, oh, you're just a teat. You're just, you mean nothing. You're all you're good for is making new babies. Yes, that is very vulgar and mean and not nice. So don't do that. I've never heard of this before. Maybe it's because it is perhaps of Scandinavian origin, akin to the old Swedish word daigja, and that means to suckle. And then that is akin to the Old English word delu, which means nipple. Oh, and there's more at the word feminine. That's an interesting leap. I mean, it makes sense, I get it, but how is there more at the word feminine from all of this? Okay. Wow, I have never heard of this noun form of dug. And it definitely seems like, I guess that's good. I guess it's good that I've never heard it because I don't want to hear mean things to say, but I'm learning something. I'm learning something that I will never use. I guess unless we're talking about udders, because that's not vulgar or disparaging in any way. That was fascinating. Here is the last word. Dugong. You can say, how do you pronounce this? There's a couple of ways. Dugong, I think. Like a gong that goes bong. Yeah, dugong or dugong. D-U-G-O-N-G. Noun from 1800. This is a Sirenian, is that how you say that word? Sirenian mammal of a monotypic genus that has a bilobed tail and in the male, upper incisors altered into short tusks and that inhabits warm coastal waters, chiefly of southern Asia, Australia, and northeastern Africa. Ooh, I gotta post a picture of this dugong. I have heard of this. I can maybe sort of imagine it in my head, but I don't have enough information or enough experience with them to know. A bilobed tail. That word threw me for a loop because it looks like bilobed. I don't know. B-I-L-O-B-E-D. Let's see. Yeah, short tusks in the male. They swim all over the place. No, not all over the place, but quite a bit of places. Southern Asia, Australia, northeastern Africa. That's a good chunk of the earth right there. This is let's see. They are from the family Dugongidae, and it looks like the species name is dugong, but you don't pronounce those the same, I assume, because the second word does not have the last G. So dugon? I don't know how to say it. The name is the New Latin from the genus name, probably of dugung, which is, what does this say? In Cebuano, or a related Austronesian language of the Central Philippines. So I guess Cebuano is an Austronesian language of the Central Philippines, or there are maybe other Austronesian languages of the central Philippines, and their word is dugung, which is probably just the name of this mammal. And Serenian, so like that makes me think of the sirens, the mermaids, the ones who would have this like beautiful voice and a singy-songy thing, and they would lure the people on the boats to come and they would murder them, I think. So, maybe they thought that these were mermaids and sirens. I didn't know that we use Serenian as an adjective to describe a mammal. I wonder what that means. We have to wait until the S's. I'm so sorry. Not sorry. Okay, dugong. We'll post a picture of a dugong on social media. Here we go with the next part of the show, which is when I reread the words and then I tell you what I think the word of the episode should be. So, we had duenna. Yeah, duenna. Due process, duet, duet. Due to, duff, 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 duffel, duffel bag, duffer, duffel coat, doofus, dug, dug, and dugong. I think I want to pick duet as the word of the episode. I like the word duff, has some interesting uses, but in general it's just something that's just not great. That's another reason why maybe they called duff beer, because it's worthless. It's worthless. How did they do that? What was the process? Did the writers, did they know about this word, or did they were like what's a word that means something that's just crappy and inferior and worthless? Let's go to the dictionary and find out what that might be. Probably not that one. They're very smart writers, so they probably just knew the word. Okay, so duet. Now, can I sing a song? Here, let's do a quick little Google search. Famous duets. Famous? Is that the right word that we want to use here? Famous duets. If there's one, I Got You, Babe. Okay, that's number one. I got you, babe. But how does the rest of the song? Da 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 da. I don't know the words. I just know the music parts. We can make up our own words, though. I got you to sing a duet. Oh, yes, you did. I can't believe you trapped me. That's fine. That's just great. Obviously, not obviously, if you don't know, that song is very prominently used in Groundhog Day. And it's a good movie and a good song, I guess. And I never really followed Sonny and Cher. I think I was not born yet when they were really big and famous. That's a song. And I sort of sang a song that's a duet in my same voice, all with one person. That's all you're going to get out of me today. Let's see. Let's talk about another movie I saw. Let's talk about the movie Blood Simple. This is the first Coen brothers movie. They are well known for making movies like The Big Lebowski and Miller's Crossing. And did they make No Country for Old Men? I think we read that on their list of movies. Did they make, was it A Simple Man or A Serious Man? I think it was A Serious Man. Burn After Reading. What was that other one that just popped in my head? I think one of them directed the new Macbeth movie. Fargo. There's more in my brain that don't want. The one that I haven't seen about the old school Hollywood. Caesar, Hail Caesar. Oh brother, where art thou? This is just me listing Coen Brothers movies now. Barton Fink. Yeah, I think I got most of them. Anyway, Blood Simple. I think it's their very first movie that they wrote and directed, and it's good. It's dark. I gotta say, I think my expectations were a little high. It's not that I didn't like it, but when you hear so many good things about a movie and the people who made the movie, your expectations are set at a certain level. And then they're just like, it just didn't live up to that. So I really don't like going into things with high expectations because I'm just always inevitably disappointed. I was not disappointed. It just didn't live up to what I thought maybe it would be. But it's totally worth a watch. Everybody is so young in the movie. What's her face? oh my God, my brain never comes up with people's names. I hate this whole section. I wish I never said any of this. You know, that lady, she's in it, and she's like 25 years old, and it's just so interesting to see her young. I'd never seen her so young before. That's it. This was a terrible end to this episode. Thank you very much for listening. If you're still here, please go tell the people. I swear, sometimes this show is good, and sometimes it's not. This has been Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Frances McDormand. As soon as I turned off my recorder, I thought of her name. Okay, bye. Wow. Hello, word nerds. I was just doing a little vocal exercises. You caught me in the middle of that. Hello, word nerds. I am your host, Spencer, bringing you the dictionary. This is the podcast where I read the dictionary and then I talk about this stuff, and it's always just the best fun time ever in all of the history of the land of words. The first word that we are coming across on this word journey today is dugout. D-U-G-O-U-T. Noun from 1819. 1. A boat made by hollowing out a large log. It's called a dugout because they literally have dug out the wood from the log. It's a very clever name. Who uses this kind of boat? Who makes this kind of boat? I mean, I know the Native Americans, the American Indians, they would make canoes. They would dig out the canoe, carve a canoe out of a log. But there must be other ones. You just take a log. If you got the right tools, just start spooning out the wood, make some wood milk from it, and you got a dugout boat. 2A, a shelter dug in a hillside. Also, a shelter dug in the ground and roofed with sod. Yep, it's all about digging out a thing, dirt in this case, dirt and maybe rocks, and then you get to live in a little hillside. 2B, an area in the side of a trench for quarters, storage, or protection. So is this the kind of trench that you see maybe World War I, World War II? First of all, the trench has been dug out, so the trench is a dugout. But then, if you're going to be staying there a while and you want to sleep there, you want to store some things, maybe some clothes, some food, cigarettes, a journal, something else, then you're going to dig out a little section of the trench and just put your stuff in there, sleep in there. Number 3, either of two low shelters on either side of and facing a baseball diamond that contain the players' benches. It's the dugout. I mean, yes, it's dug into the ground. It's lowered down, and so that's why it's called a dugout. Maybe maybe like 300 years ago when they were playing baseball and they were digging into the hillside, the players would hang out in the hillside or some sort of trench when they were waiting to play. Let's see. That I don't know. The dugout, it's the place where the baseball players hang out. I've never been there. It's fun to sometimes you see some funny clips online of the antics that they get into. I don't know where we're going with this. We need to make a sound effect, and it's going to be another spot-on sound effect. A duh. Okay, the next word is literally duh. D-U-H. And the etymology says that this is usually pronounced with a prolonged duh, instead of just duh. Nobody says duh. You gotta say duh. Duh. It's an interjection from 1966. It is our only D-U-H word. Number 1, this one, in this context, it is used to express actual or feigned ignorance or stupidity, where you're pretending to be ignorant or stupid, or you are actually ignorant or stupid, and you're like, oh, I mean, how many times has Spencer had to say something like this because of his actual stupidity? Oh my God, I can't believe I did that thing. Oh my God, duh. How could Spencer be so stupid? Number 2, in this context, it is used derisively to indicate that something just stated is all too obvious or self-evident. Yes, the world is round. Duh. We all know this. Some people don't know it. They don't want to believe it. Duh. This podcast is going to take Spencer forever to get through. Okay, wait, yes, it's a good word. It's a good word when you want to say, I guess if you want to be a little mean to somebody, they say something and it's like overly obvious. Yeah, duh, dude, duh. You got to prolong that, duh. Next is DUI. This one is all caps, and it is a noun from 1969. 1. The act or crime of driving while affected by alcohol or drugs, as in was arrested for DUI. Was arrested for, what does it stand for? Driving under the influence. DUI. We just ignore the word the in there altogether. Was arrested for driving under the influence. That is the act of doing it, and you can receive a DUI, so maybe that's going to be mentioned here. Number 2, a person who is arrested for or convicted of driving under the influence. So the person is a DUI. Oh, we got a DUI here because they did a DUI. They now have a DUI, and that's not great. There is another word coming up in a week and a half or so. That's similar but different. And that one just sends us to this one, DUI. And then here we go with number 3, an arrest or conviction for driving under the influence. The conviction is the DUI. The act is the DUI. The person is the DUI. All the DUI. The DUI did a DUI, and they got a DUI. Duh! When you drive drunk, you are probably going to get a DUI. Duh. Next is diker. DUI. Spelled different than what you might think. DUIKER. Noun from 1777. Any of several small African antelopes comprising 2 genera. And those genera are Cephalophus. That's one of them. It starts with a C. Cephalophus. There's 2 instances of PH in there. And then the other one is Sylvicapra. Sylvicapra. Huh. So I don't know enough about these things. So they split, I guess, and evolutionarily, they split at some point to make these 2 genera, but they're similar enough that they're still both called dikers. And I think we need to post a picture of this diker on social media. Go to @dictionarypod on Instagram and Twitter. DUIKER. And the etymology says this is an Afrikaans word, which literally means diver, maybe diving into the water. It's from dike, which means to dive, from Middle Dutch Duchenne, which is akin to the Old High German Tuhan, which means to dive, and there's more at the word duck. So these small African antelopes are related. The name is related etymologically to duck. Diker and duck. Do these antelopes go dive in the water? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Words? Maybe we need to put some information in the show notes about these dikers also. Duh! Go check the show notes. The next word is, now maybe you would say doit or doit. I don't know. It doesn't give me pronunciation. It's spelled D-U-I-T, and it is a variation of doit, D-O-I-T. Duh. Here is our only DUJ word, although it is technically two words. The first word is de, and the second word is jour. You can pronounce that a few ways. De jour, de jour, de jour, various ways. You could say du or de. It's an adjective from 1786. 1. Made for a particular day. And this one is used of an item not specified on the regular menu, as in soup du jour. This soup is only for this day. Just Monday is the day that you're getting this soup. Not any of the other days. We made it very special for this day. So if you want this soup, you got to come in on the day that we have it. Number 2, popular, fashionable, or prominent at a particular time, as in the buzzword du jour. Well, the buzzword in today's episode, the buzzword du jour of this podcast is duh. But sorry, I said it too early. We're not moving on to the next word yet. I'm sorry to have freaked you out there. Quickly, we must say the etymology. This is French, and it literally means of the day. Jour, I guess, is the day, and de is of the day. This episode, these are the words of the day. These are the words du jour today on the podcast called The Dictionary. Bob's Burgers. Every episode, every day that Bob is working in his restaurant, he has a burger du jour, the burger of the day. Maybe they should do that. Maybe it should say on his little chalkboard there, burger du jour. And every single time, it's a play on words. He's got some interesting ingredients, and it's like some sort of pun or something using those ingredients in the name. And I'm sure I can find a collection of all of them somewhere on the webby places, the webs, the internets. And if you haven't watched Bob's Burgers, you got to watch Bob's Burgers. It's fantastic. At the very least, you can enjoy the burger du jour. Duh. Next is it's Duke. I was just going to say it is the beginning of the DUK section, which is also very short. We're getting through a lot of letters here today. Duke or Duke, first form, noun from the 12th century. If you have listened to some of the recent episodes, you will already know the etymology for this one. Number 1, it is a sovereign male ruler of a continental European, duchy? I think that's how you pronounce this word. Duchy, yes, duchy. A European duchy ruled by a sovereign male ruler. And, we've heard that, we had the word duchess, so a duchess would be the wife of the male ruler. But I think we also saw something about a duchess can also be a duke. Where is duchess? Here we go. It's the wife or widow of a duke, or the woman who holds the rank of a duke. So the duke could be a woman, but they still call him a duchess because, we need separate words for whatever stupid reason. Number 2, a nobleman of the highest hereditary rank, especially a member of the highest grade of the British peerage. Ooh, the highest grade. Oh, you are such a duke, such a duke. You've really made it when you become a duke. 3, this one is slang, and it has its own etymology. The synonyms are fist and hand, and it's usually used in plural. So you'd say dukes. Ho, ho, ho. Yeah, I've heard that. Well, let's talk about that etymology first. This is probably from the phrase Dukes of York. And in this context, it's rhyming slang. This would be British. Rhyming slang for the word fork, which somehow is hand or fist? Wait a minute. The Dukes of York, the fork, hand, fist, what? Wait, I need some more context, I think. You put a fork in your hand or your fist, I guess. So wait, what's the part? The Dukes of York? Is it the Forks of York? Is that what we're saying here? Maybe you switch it out for that? Oh, why does my brain not want to handle this one? I don't know. But anyway, yeah, it's your dukes. Put up your dukes. Hey, let's fight. Let's duke it out. We'll talk about that in the next one. Get the dukes up in front of your face so you can punch somebody or block a punch coming in. I never knew where that one came from. Okay, what's the etymology for the other one? We already know it. It is from the Latin ducere, which means to lead. And there's more at the word tow, or tow, T-O-W. Duh. Next is the second form of duke. This is the verb form, intransitive verb, from circa 1947. The synonym is just fight. Come on, fight. Duke. There is a phrase, duke it out, and that is to engage in a fight, and especially a fist fight. I don't know if we needed the phrase to be mentioned here. I mean, I don't know. I guess that's fine. Duke it out. Last night we watched a movie, which I will mention maybe in a few episodes from now. We watched a movie and there were some people who had to fight at the end of the day. It was a very weird situation. So they were duking. They were duking for their tips. Duh. Next is Doukhobor. Capital Dukhobor. This is a variation of Doukhobor, which I think the only difference in spelling is it is D-O-U-K instead of D-U-K. And, of course, Doukhobor, we talked about that in the donut episode with Oscar. That's where Doukhobor came up. Duh, 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 duh. Next is dulcet, the beginning of the D-U-L section, and that's going to go into tomorrow's episode. Dulcet, D-U-L-C-E-T, adjective from the 14th century. 1. Sweet to the taste. I like that. I like things that are sweet to the taste. Number 2, if it's supposed to be. If it's not supposed to be sweet, and it is, we gotta figure that out. What's going on there? Number 2, pleasing to the ear, as in dulcet tones, maybe from a ringy-dingy thing. Dulcet, it's very sweet. 3, generally pleasing or agreeable, as in a dulcet smile, or a dulcet podcast. This podcast is just generally pleasing or agreeable in general. Maybe not everything, but generally it is. Dulcetly is an adverb. This is from Anglo-French, douce, which means sweet, from Latin dulcis, which is perhaps akin to the Greek glykis. I don't know how to say that word, but it looks fun. G-L-Y-K-Y-S, glykis, and that means sweet. Oh, it is so sweet, anything that's dulcet. Make me a dulcet donut. Duh. I'm not trying to sound like somebody who's dumb. I'm just trying to say the word duh. Dulcify is next. Dulcify. Transitive verb from 1599. 1, to make sweet. And 2, to make agreeable. The synonym is mollify. M-O-L-L-I-F-Y. I don't know that word. What are we making that's sweet? Is it literally some sort of food or drink? Can you please dulcify my iced tea? It's not sweet enough. I need sugar or lemonade in my iced tea. Dulcify my iced tea. Or what are we making something else sweet? Maybe a person. Maybe you have to make yourself sweet so people want to talk to you. You gotta put on a sweet tone, sweet mannerisms. I don't know. Dulcify. Dulcify yourself. Dulcify something else. What's being made sweet or agreeable? Duh. Dulcimer. Dulcimer. Noun from the 15th century. 1. A stringed instrument of trapezoidal shape played with light hammers held in the hands. And I will post a picture on social media for a dulcimer. And maybe we need to put in an audio clip too. I mean, it's an instrument. We should hear what this sounds like. You've maybe never heard of a dulcimer or heard it play. I'm not sure if I've heard it play. Maybe I have. I don't remember. Let's hear it together. Number 2, this is, what is this? Oh, okay. It could also be dulcimer in this context for number 2, dulcimer or dulcimore, M-O-R-E. And it is an American folk instrument with 3 or 4 strings stretched over an elongated fretted sound box that is held on the lap and played by plucking or strumming. All right, well, maybe we need to post a picture of this one, too. Is it the same as the dulcimer? Is it different? I don't know. I don't remember. I've never heard of a dulcimore. Please, give me more of the dulcimore. And maybe we should put a link in the show notes that talks about maybe how they're different. Maybe they're completely different. I don't know. Let's see. Oh, the etymology says this is from the Old Italian dolcemelo, and I don't know if that's how you say that word, but that is from the word dolce, which means sweet. Yup. I guess the dulcimer has a very sweet sound. I'm just going to assume that. Duh, the dulcimer sounds sweet. Dulcinea, you could say Dulcinea or Dulcinea. You can emphasize that syllable if you like. I guess I always thought it was Dulcinea, but it's only showing Dulcinea or Dulcinea. Dulcinea, noun from 1748. The synonyms are mistress and sweetheart. I think it's pretty clear of the etymology, but we have actually more specific etymology than you would have imagined. It is Spanish from Dulcinea del Toboso, which is the beloved of Don Quixote. That would be from the book Don Quixote. I don't remember the exact name. Is it The Adventures? The Amazing Crazy Adventures of Don Quixote and his beloved Dulcinea and his friend. What is his name? Pancho Sanza, Pancho, something like that. Sancho Panza? I don't know. I think maybe that's it. Dulcinea. I've heard the name. I've heard of the character. I've never read the book. I did see that Terry Gilliam movie. That's about all the experience I have with it. We did have Don Quicks something. We had some related word a while ago. Duh. The last word is dull. D-U-L-L. First form. There is some synonym information for this form, but we are going to save it for tomorrow's episode because, we can't give it all out today. You got to hold on to something for tomorrow. Dull. Adjective from the 13th century. 1. Mentally slow. The synonym is stupid. Maybe you got to say duh a lot when you are dull. Or somebody says it to you if you are dull. I don't know. It's kind of a mean way to say that somebody maybe doesn't have as much intellectual capabilities as other people. But there's other definitions. 2a, slow in perception or sensibility. The synonym is insensible. Insensible, as in somewhat dull of hearing. I think my hearing and my brain are a bit dull. I think the hearing is dulling. I think I'm losing my hearing, and then it's harder for the brain to process what is being said, what's going on. And, my brain is just a little dull anyway, so yep, it's just going to get worse. 2B, lacking zest or vivacity. Vivacity, I think. Lacking the zest and the vivacity. The synonym is listless, as in a dull performance. We don't want no dull performances. We want the performances that are full of zest and vivacity and that are not listless. Maybe they're listful? Is that how you use that word? I don't know. Listful. Maybe. Sure. Why not? Full of list. 3. Slow in action. This synonym is sluggish. Oh, if you didn't get a whole lot of sleep, didn't sleep so good, and the alarm goes off, and you're like, I don't want to get out of bed. I'm just going to be dull this morning. 4A, lacking in force, intensity, or sharpness, as in a dull ache. Oh, I have a dull ache in my back almost all the time, and I don't know why, and I hope the doctors can figure it out. Yep, I have a dull pain, a dull ache, just almost constantly. Sometimes it gets worse, though. 4B, not resonant or ringing, as in a dull, booming sound. Boom, boom, boom. It does not ring out. It doesn't go boom, 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 boom. 5, lacking sharpness of edge or point, as in a dull knife. You gotta sharpen your knives. If you got a knife kit, you probably got one of those sharpeners. I don't think people use them as much as they should. We weren't really sharpening our knives, and I was like, dude, these knives are dull. We gotta sharpen the knives. Duh, these knives are dull. You don't ever sharpen them. So I've gotten the habit of sharpening our little knives when we're cutting up veggies or something. I started sharpening them every once in a while. And oh my God, it changes everything. Who would have ever thought that you could make a knife less dull? 6, lacking brilliance or luster, as in a dull finish. Like maybe a matte painting, a matte photo. It's not shiny or lustery. Doesn't have brilliance, it's dull. 7 is talking about a color, low in saturation and low in lightness. So it's on the darker side probably, and it's not very brilliant. It doesn't have all that saturation. So, it's just dull. The dull is the opposite of saturated. That's what I say. Number 8, the synonym is cloudy, as in dull weather. Ugh, dull. It's gloomy and depressing, but maybe some people like it. 9 synonyms are tedious and uninteresting, as in dull lectures. That is not at all how you want your lectures to be described as. Oh, the lectures were so dull. That's not at all what we want. No, we want fun, exciting, zestful, listful, vivacious lectures. Right? Right. That's what we want. Hopefully this podcast is not dull. Sometimes it can be. Dullness with one L or two L's, that is a noun, and dully with two L's is an adverb, because if it only had one L, it would be duly, which we are going to see in tomorrow's episode. The etymology is from, Old English, dull, which means foolish, from Old Irish dal, which means blind. Blind and foolish. Somehow it became all these ways to use dull. That's interesting. And yes, there will be some synonym information in tomorrow's episode. Okay, we reached the time. That's word of the episode time. Word of the episode time. Word of the episode time. Spencer's gonna pick a word, but first he has to read the words. It's word of the episode time. We had dugout, duh, D-U-I, diker, duit, or doit, du jour, duke, Ducabor, Dulcet, Dulcify, Dulcimer, Dulcinea, and Dull. Well, I'm not going to pick DUI, but I have to just emphasize, please, 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 please be careful. Don't drink and drive. You hear this all the time. You've heard it since you were a child. You probably don't need to hear it anymore, but it doesn't hurt to say it. If you are drinking any sorts of alcohol, any amounts, just be super, super, super careful and maybe just don't hop into a car. You know, you gotta know your limits. It's a very dangerous thing to do. Please and thank you. But we're not picking that, because that's not the funnest thing to talk about. Instead, we gotta just pick duh as the word of the episode. Right, duh. It's so obvious, duh, 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 duh. It's so obvious, I can't believe you didn't know it, duh. You're making me say duh, 'cause it's so obvious, I can't believe you said that. Yeah, I don't know what that was, but it was kind of fun. All right, next movie. I got to talk about movies. This is what I do sometimes. I'm almost caught up, so I better start watching some more movies. We watched the very brand new movie, Beau is Afraid. I think we watched it the second day after it came out. I loved it. That's kind of all I want to say. Not everybody loved it. I've already talked to a couple of people who didn't care for it really. And, it's very divisive in that way. But no, I really enjoyed it. Maybe I won't feel the same way the next time I watch it, but I probably will. It's very long. I didn't think it was scary at all. It's Ari Aster, who's known for making two quite freaky, scary, creepy, nasty, gross horror movies. And this was a totally different thing. So that's all I'm gonna say, I guess. Yeah, I don't want to say too much. I think it's a very interesting movie. All right, that is the end of this episode. Thank you very much for listening to me talk about all this stuff. And until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Duh. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. I am your host, Spencer, and this is the podcast where I read the dictionary and then I tell you I just talk about it. That's what I do. I talk about it, I explain things, I figure things out, and we sometimes make silly jokes and songs and stuff because that is what we need in our lives. Okay, we are starting this episode with the synonym information for the word dull. Yeah, dull. So, here we go. Dull, blunt, and obtuse mean not sharp, keen, or acute. Dull suggests a lack or loss of keenness, zest, or pungency. As in a dull pain. Also as in a dull mind. Pungency, I usually think of like smell. So if there's a loss of smell, I guess, maybe there's other definitions for pungency, but yes, I guess if, you could have a dull sense of smell, that's not probably exactly what we're talking about here, though. Dull pain, I get those. A dull mind, I always have that. Blunt suggests an inherent lack of sharpness or quickness of feeling or perception, as in a person of blunt sensibility. So not quick, not sharp, no, of feeling or perception. It's like, oh, I'm not paying much attention to things. I have a blunt sensibility. Obtuse implies such bluntness as makes one insensitive in perception or imagination, as in too obtuse to take the hint. They are so blunt, they're not aware of their surroundings, what's going on, they're not paying attention, they're spacing out, they're in their own little world. You're being so obtuse. I try not to be, but yes, sometimes I can be obtuse. Another synonym is the word stupid. Not the nicest word to use unless you're talking about yourself, and then it's perfectly fine. So I think the sound effect. What'll we do? We'll do ho hum. I don't remember what I did in the previous one. It's been a while since I recorded that. Okay, the next word is the second form of dull, transitive verb from the 13th century. So many th sounds. This is just to make dull, as in dull a knife's edge. When you're cutting things, you are always dulling a knife's edge. Can you make a knife's edge dull on purpose? And why exactly would you do that? I don't know. I missed this, so that was transitive, but here we have an intransitive definition, which is to become dull. So the knife is becoming dull. It is dulling. And then maybe you are making it dull. Ho hum. Dullard is next. Dull with an A-R-D. Noun from the 15th century. This is a stupid or unimaginative person. Such a dullard. A dull, there is no noun dull, so you can't call somebody a dull, but you can call somebody a dullard. Stupid, unimaginative, maybe they're also blunt and obtuse. Ho hum. Dullish. Adjective from the 14th century. Somewhat dull. This podcast is dullish. I know this. But we have fun. Dullishly is an adverb. Something done in a somewhat dull way has been done dullishly. Spencer talks dullishly? I don't know. Ho hum. Dullsville. This is in the book, Dullsville. Noun from circa 1960. Something or some place that is dull or boring, as in, the movie was Dullsville. Don't go see it. It's Dullsville. It's dull and boring, and it's not exciting or fun in any way. Maybe that's what you're looking for. I don't know. You? Dullsville. I'm surprised that this is in here. I mean, I guess it was used enough in the 60s, maybe even the 70s, that you got to put it in there. Dullsville. So specific. When I watched that movie, I said, ho hum. Dulce is next. D-U-L-S-E. Dulce. This is a noun from circa 1698. Any of several coarse red seaweeds found especially in northern latitudes and used as a food condiment. This is probably not a condiment that is used in most countries. Here in America, I don't think we use dulse unless it's like mixed in with something else. I don't know. The species name is Palmaria palmata. And this is from modified of the Scottish Gaelic word yeah, I don't know how to say this word. D-U-I-L-E-A-S-G, duliasg, which is akin to the Welsh word delisg, and that means dull. So it's just the word. It's these red seaweeds. Northern latitudes. That's a whole big area of the world. And you put it on foods, I guess. What foods? What does it taste like? It's probably salty. Ho hum. Duly or duly is next. D-U-L-Y. And I believe we had some connection to this word in the previous episode, maybe? I don't remember exactly. Something with dull. Yeah, duly, dully, I don't know. Somewhere around there. So, duly is an adjective from the 14th century, in a due manner of time. And the synonym is properly, as in a duly elected official. So they were elected in a due manner of time? Oh, due, yes. That was definitely a few episodes ago when we had the word due. Duly must have been in there. So Yes, and I remember it was like, and the adverb was duly, because it done in a due manner of time, properly. See, that's different to me. Properly and due manner of time. I don't know. Well, there's also another example, duly noted, which I sometimes say, but what does that mean? I am noting this in a due manner of time, or I'm properly noting it? Duly, It's kind of a weird, I don't know. It's a strange one. Duly. Ho-hum. Next is Duma or Duma. Duma or Duma. Duma. Noun from 1870. A representative council in Russia, especially, and this especially part is often capitalized, it is the principal legislative assembly in Russia from 1906 to 1917 and since 1993. So whenever this book was made, they had this legislative assembly in Russia called Duma, which is interesting because they had it over 100 years ago for 11 years, and then they brought it back. So if they still have this in Russia, they've had it for another 30 years. Yes, this is a Russian word from Old Russian, which means council or thought, and it is probably of Germanic origin, akin to the Old English word dom, which means judgment, and there's more of the word doom. So yes, this council, these people, they're judging things, they are deciding what goes, what is allowed. The Duma. Maybe we need to put a link in the show notes for Duma. Ho-hum. The next word is dumb. D-U-M-B. First form. Adjective from before the 12th century. This is a big word. It's a big word. There's a lot of definitions, and there's a lot of things about this. So 1A, lacking the human power of speech, as in dumb animals. This, I think, is a bit old. This is probably more what they were using hundreds of years ago. If you do not have the speech of humans, then you are dumb. It's old because we don't think of the word dumb this way anymore. It was just they were using it in a different way back then, not the way that we usually think of. So what else do we got? We got 1B, which is talking about a person, and it is often offensive, and it means lacking the ability to speak. Now, this also, I think, is just kind of old. If you do not have the ability, like they used to say, deaf and dumb, or dumb and mute, or what dumb was sort of the word that they would use for mute, which is more about not speaking, not being able to speak. I don't even know if mute is correct anymore these days. So yes, they used to say dumb, but again, this has evolved over time. Number 2, clearly, I am not dumb in that way, because I can speak, but I might be dumb in other ways. Number 2 is temporarily unable to speak. Temporarily unable to speak. Because of why? Because of maybe shock or astonishment. Oh my God, I am so shocked and awed, and I have such astonishment. The words I cannot, my brain is shut down. I do not know the words to say. I am dumb with shock. As in, we have an actual example, struck dumb with fear. 3, not expressed in uttered words. As in, dumb grief. That is a way to use the word that I am not familiar with. You are so sad that you cannot utter any words. This is clearly the way that this word used to be used, is not being able to speak in some way, right? That's what it is. Either because you're an animal and you do not have the ability to speak, or your human body can't speak, or these other things. Like this one, number 4, the synonym is silent, And then also the synonym taciturn, Taciturn. So just anything that's silent, I guess you could call dumb. Again, I think this is old. 5, lacking some usual attribute or accompaniment, especially having no means of self-propulsion, as in a dumb barge. Wow, we even call barges dumb? I mean, yes, you look at a barge, you clearly know it's dumb, but, lacking some usual attribute. So if it can't do a thing that, I guess that type of thing usually has or can do, then it's dumb. No self-propulsion. So is a barge usually considered, does a barge usually have some sort of self-propulsion or not? I don't think so. Interesting. This is very interesting. 6A, lacking intelligence, and the synonym is stupid. And this, of course, is the one that we all these days in the 21st century think of. It will be really interesting to see how much this changes over the next 100, 200 years. I'll keep an eye on that and see how the word dumb changes over a few hundred years, because it probably will change. 6B, showing a lack of intelligence, as in asking dumb questions. So yeah, that's how is that different? A question shows a lack of intelligence, and a lack of intelligence is dumb. Same kind of thing. There are no dumb questions, just dumb people. 6C, requiring no intelligence, as in dumb luck. That's my favorite. It requires no work on my part to be smart or do anything. It's just you just get lucky sometimes. Oh, dumb luck. That's probably the best use of this word in this section so far. But we have one more, number 7, not having the capability to process data, as in a dumb terminal. It says to compare to, and I don't know if this is just for number 7 or all of them. I think it might be just number 7, possibly. It says compare to the 3A definition for the word intelligent. So does that mean that that's the opposite? I believe it would be. Dumb and intelligent, because dumb is lacking intelligence. So that would be the antonym. A synonym for the whole thing is the word stupid, which we saw in 6A. So thank you for putting it there again. Dumbly is an adverb. He did that dumbly. Dumb, that was done in a dumb way. So dumb, dumbly. And then dumbness is a noun. How much dumbness do I have? We have a tiny bit of usage information. It says, there is evidence that when applied to persons who cannot speak, dumb has come to be considered offensive. And yes, it's very specifically said that in the 1B definition. Often offensive. So yes, don't call somebody dumb if they cannot speak, but also maybe just don't call people dumb anyway, unless they, I don't know, have a lack of self-propulsion or something. Yeah. Fascinating word to see how it evolved. And yes, it is from the Old High German Tom with a T, and that means mute. So that is where this all came from, just not speaking. Okay, moving on. Ho-hum. The second form of dumb is it's a transitive verb from 1607, and it means to make silent. And the synonym is deaden. As in, this is a quote, would lie around dumbed by the drugs. And that is a quote from Norman Mailer. So, because of the drugs, whoever this person was, they would just lie around not talking, just being silent. But their brain is probably going a mile a minute. Dumb. Dumbing a thing. Dumb down. Dumb that thing down. Now, see, when I say dumb down, though, I think of like, make it dumber. Make it... That's not the right way to explain things. Make it Make it less smart. Dumb it down for me because I am less smart. I need you to bring it down to my level so I can understand what the hell you're talking about. Ho-hum. Dumbbell is next. It is dumb and then the word bell, so there are two B's next to each other. This is one word. Noun from 1785. 1. A short bar with weights at each end that is used usually in pairs for exercise. You got one dumbbell in one hand and one dumbbell in the other hand because you don't want to get off. You don't want to be asymmetric. You want to make sure that your arms and whatever you're using these for, probably your arms, you want them to be symmetrical. Dumbbell. I remember when I was a kid, my grandma gave me a dumbbell. It was a very, very old wooden dumbbell that probably only weighs about 2 or 3 pounds. So it's going to be useful for some people, not very useful for most people. But I think we still have it somewhere. And I don't know, it must be from the 1950s or earlier is what I would guess. Just a very old dumbbell. But of course, these days we think of them being different. You know, they're metal, and then you can put on the weights and take off the weights and customize it how you want. Number 2, a stupid person is a dumbbell, and the synonym is dummy. Dummy, dummy, dummy. Dumbbell, yeah. We'll talk more about that in the next episode. Ho-hum. Next is dumb cane. 2 words. Noun from 1696, and the synonym is Diefenbachia. Hoy, I don't remember that one at all. Diefenbachia. I mean, the word sort of sounds familiar, but I don't at all remember what that means. Let's see if we can find that real quick. Here we go. A poisonous plant. It's a poisonous plant. So it's also called dumb cane. Why? Because it is from the fact that chewing it causes the tongue and throat to swell. Well, I still don't understand. Well, cane, like sugar cane, that's a plant, and it makes you, probably makes you not be able to talk. That's why it's called dumb cane, because it makes you dumb, not talking. That's a much better name, dumb cane. It just makes you dumb. It's called Diefenbachia. Ho-hum. Here is dumb down. I was already talking about this one. It is 2 words, and it is a transitive verb from 1933. To lower the level of difficulty and the intellectual content of. Thank you. And the thing that we're talking about could be a textbook. That's an odd example. I don't know. Dumbing down the textbook, lowering the intellectual content of a textbook. But we have more, because it says also to lower the general level of intelligence in. Okay, as in, like this one, the dumbing down of society. What do you think is happening? Do you think that we are dumbing down society with what? With social media and things that have to be immediate and all right now? I think we might have a bit of that going on. But maybe in other ways, certain people in societies are not dumbing down. Maybe they're getting smarter. But that's kind of the thing. It's like as a society, over many, many, many years of learning about the world and science and stuff, we overall, our general world knowledge is getting smarter. We're learning more things, which get passed down to the kids, who then learn more things, who pass down to the kids. So overall, we're getting smarter. We know more things, but we also kind of have a dumbing down going on, I think. Hopefully, this podcast is not contributing to the dumbing down of society. Although sometimes I like to be dumb. It's just fun to be dumb sometimes. It's fun to be dumb sometimes. Okay, the next word. Ho-hum. Dumbfound. You can spell this with the B or without the B. And it is one word. You can emphasize either syllable. dumbfound or dumbfound. It is a transitive verb from 1653, and it means to confound briefly and usually with astonishment. Just briefly, just a little bit. Oh my God! Again, I'm shocked and awed. I have astonishment. I am dumbfounded. But it's just brief. There it goes. There it goes away. It's done. I'm not dumbfounded anymore. The synonym is the word puzzle. So this would be, I guess, the verb form of puzzle. Ooh, because I am puzzled by that thing, I am dumbfounded. Dumbfoundingly is an adverb. And that's just from dumb plus the suffix found, like in the word confound. So maybe the suffix found will be in this book sometime. What does that mean? I don't know. Affects a person in some way. Dumbfound. Next word. Ho-hum. Dumbhead. This is such a silly... You don't usually hear dumbhead. That sounds like something that somebody just can't think of the other words to call somebody a name. They're like, you big old dumbhead. You're such a dumbhead. It is a noun from 1887. It is slang, and it means a stupid person. The synonym is blockhead. Aha! This is probably the translation of the German word Dummkopf. Dummkopf. K-O-P-F. And that probably means dumbhead. Right? I don't know German. Dumm looks like dumb. Kopf, is that how you say head? I bet you it is. I think it is. I'm pretty sure it is. You're such a dumbhead. Next word. Ho-hum. Dumb show. 2 words. Noun from 1561. Probably something we don't call shows dumb shows anymore. I don't think. Number 1. A part of a play presented in pantomime. And it is, of course, a dumb show because there's no talking. 2. Signs and gestures without words. And the synonym is pantomime. So, that's what it is. It's a dumb show because there's no talking, and dumb means no talking. Okay, we got the last word. And wow, I just adjusted my headphones, and everything sounds different now. Weird. Ho-hum. The last word is dumbstruck. D-U-M-B-S-T-R-U-C-K. Maybe we should make like a spoof or satire or something of Moonstruck and call it dumbstruck. This is an adjective from 1765, and it is made silent by astonishment. And that's just, it's all about dumb. It's all about dumb. Dumbstruck. I have been made silent. I am dumbstruck by this thing that's just so fascinating and beautiful and amazing and crazy. All right, that is good for all that stuff. So now we have to pick a word of the episode. We had dull, dull, dullard, dullish, dullsville, dulce, dooley, duma, dumb, dumb, dumbbell, dumb cane, dumb down, dumbfound, dumbhead, dumb show, and dumbstruck. I am dumbstruck with all of the fascinating information in this episode. Let's see. I'm kind of tempted to pick dumb. I did not realize that so much of it had to do about being silent. I think that was interesting. I knew a bit, but I got a lot more here. But I think I kind of want to pick dumbed down because I need things to be dumbed down for me. I'm just at a certain level of intelligence. I can understand a lot of things, but if it's dumbed down. Please and thank you. Talk to me like I'm 5. That's what I need. And maybe I am doing a bit of that for you. If you are like me and you need things to be dumbed down, maybe me on this podcast, I'm helping you. I'm dumbing things down sometimes, I think. I hope, maybe, possibly, let me know what you think. Is it too much? What do I need to talk less? Do I need to just read the definitions and not dumb things down for myself and others? I don't know. I want things to be dumbed down, so that's what I'm doing. Let's see. Dumb down. And of course, obviously, I think we need people. I just get worried for society. I think we're kind of dumbing down, but maybe not. Dumb down, I'm gonna dumb down the things for you. Dumb down the things for me. Let's dumb down the things for everybody so we can understand them better. And then maybe we can learn a bit more after the things are dumbed down. That was a terrible song. I hope you enjoyed it. That's what this is all about. Just enjoy the silliness and the dumbness. That is what you are going to get from me, and we're going to have a bit more of that in tomorrow's episode. Hopefully we get some more guests soon. I can absolutely tell you in about a week or a week and a half, there absolutely will be a guest because I already recorded it. And we're getting near the end of the D's, people. It's coming up fast. So, binge it all before we get to the E's. Should I talk about another movie real quick that we watched? What did we watch? Where did I leave off? Beau is Afraid. Did I talk about that one? I don't remember if I did, but I loved it, and it was long, and there's a lot going on, and it's not scary. The filmmaker's other movies are scary. I didn't think this one was scary. It could, depending on the viewer, it could have elements of some sort of psychological freakiness, but for me, it wasn't scary. It's very funny, actually, and there's a lot of good stuff in there, and I loved it, and I have a lot to say about it, but not right now. Not right now. I got other stuff to do. This is not a movie podcast. It's a word dictionary podcast. Okay, thank you very much for listening, and until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, nerds who love words. Hopefully, that is why you're here. Or maybe there are other reasons why you're here. It doesn't have to be one reason. Any reason you come here to listen to me talk about the words in this book is okay by me, buddy. Okay, let's see. We got some words to talk about. My sound effect is probably going to be something I've done before, but I don't remember, so it doesn't matter. Please rate and review this show, Apple Podcasts, all the other places. That would be so great if you wrote a review. Get this show up in the algorithms and the charts and the things. You can share this podcast all over the place. Put it on your social media and tell your friends and family about it. If you want to contact me, you can email me, dictionarypod@gmail.com. You can call the Google Voice number, which is 917-727-5757. And you can leave a message in it. And then in the message, you can tell me if you want me to credit you, if you want me to put it in an episode. I would love to put it in an episode. But if you don't want me to, I don't have to do that. It's fine. I can just respond to you in some way. DMs on social media, Instagram and Twitter. You can DM me. You can follow that account at dictionarypod. You can tag me in things, comment on my posts, all those things. My personal is at Speejampar, Spejampar, and sometimes I do a little TikTok video on TikTok, also Speejampar, and maybe I'll do another one of those soon. What else is there? Patreon. Join the Patreon for as little as $1 a month. You get episodes early. You'll get some exclusives at the $5 level. And I do have plans to actually put up other non-dictionary related things up on that Patreon at some point in the future. So if you also want to learn about other projects I got going on when I got them going on, come on and see what's going on. Merchandise. You can buy merchandise in the TeePublic link in the show notes. You can follow my YouTube channel, subscribe to that. There's some videos up there. Dictionary things are up there too. Amongst many other random things. Okay, all of those pluggy things are out of the way. Let's talk about dumbwaiter. Dumbwaiter. Tagging on to all of our dumb words from the previous episode. This one, you can emphasize, let's see, the first syllable, dumb waiter, or the second syllable, dumb waiter. Dumb waiter. Noun from 1737, number 1, a portable serving table or stand. And it doesn't say this, but I'm pretty sure that the reason it is called a dumb waiter is because you put the food on this table or stand as if, a human waiter would bring it out to you. But in this case, somebody can just push the food on this table or stand, maybe wheel it over to you or something, but it's not talking, it's not saying anything. And of course, in the previous episode, we learned that dumb back in the day was all about being silent. Number 2, a small elevator used for conveying food and dishes from one story of a building to another. I don't know why, but I've always, since I was a kid, I think these are so fascinating and fun. And we've seen these in movies and TV shows a lot. And I don't know, for some reason, kids are so fascinated by them. Sometimes they get inside of them. And sometimes they're in a horror movie, and it's where they have to hide in the dumbwaiter. Ooh, those are some creepy scenes. I've never had a dumbwaiter. We didn't need to send food from the first floor to the second floor. I think I've seen them, maybe, but never had them. Maybe someday I'll have a house or just a building that has a dumbwaiter. Yeah, it's, again, the etymology, it's about sending food from one place to another, but it doesn't talk because it is not a living thing. It's an elevator, smaller, big elevator. I guess, just that one. It went from the table or the stand to the elevator, and they still call it a dumbwaiter. They could have come up with a better name, probably. It's fine. I guess I accept it. Okay, the sound effect, I'm just going to go, what? The next word is dum-dum, and you have to emphasize the first dum over the second dum. Dum-dum. You can't say dum-dum, dum-dum. No, it's dum-dum. D-U-M, D-U-M, noun from circa 1889. This is a bullet, like one with a hollow point, that expands more than usual upon hitting an object. So I guess normal bullets, if they don't have the hollow point, they'll hit their target and they'll explode to some degree, maybe. But these, with the hollow point, they expand more than a typical bullet, I guess, once it hits an object. And why is it called Dum Dum? It is called Dum Dum because it is from Dum Dum, which is an arsenal near Calcutta, India. So I guess this arsenal is probably where they made these bullets, and they just call them Dum Dums. But this place, this arsenal, is 2 words with capital D's. Dumb, second word dumb, not Dum Dum, which in this case is 1 word with no capitals. I don't know why they didn't just take the same name, but I don't know. Maybe it was more of a casual thing. So if you hear Dum Dum in terms of bullets, you now know what it is. And now they don't have, well, maybe I'll hold on to that for the next one. I don't know. So, let's do the next one. What? Yeah, I've definitely done this sound before. Next is Dum Dum again, but in this context, we got 2 words with a hyphen. Noun from 1928. It is just a stupid person, and the synonym is dummy. So, of course, we can look back at the first form of dumb in the previous episode. Now, there is no noun. Again, I think I mentioned that we had dumb head. That's a stupid person. And then here we also just got dum-dum. Dum-dum, just somehow it's just duplicating the first form of the word dumb. You're such a dum-dum. You dum-dum. Don't be dummy dum-dum. Da-dum-dum-dum. We will talk about dummy in a couple of minutes. What we do not see here, which I guess is fine because it's a brand name product thing. We got those little licky things, those sugary balls on a stick called dum-dums. I think they're DUM. Why those are called dum-dums, I don't know. The bank that I go to they still have a bowl of dum-dums out for kids or adults or elderly people who want a dum-dum. They can take a dum-dum. What's your favorite dum-dum flavor? The mystery flavor was always fun. Ooh, what am I gonna get? What is it gonna taste like? I was never too picky, but I also often would go for I think they have a root beer thing. Really just any sugary flavor, any sweet thing was okay by me. So I was fine with all the flavors. And they're so little. They're so tiny. It's just okay, you get a bit of sweet. You don't need a whole big old thing, just a little one. A dumet? I don't know. What are you talking about? The next word is dumka. I think that is how we would say it. Is it, maybe it's more like dumka. I think it's dumka. D-U-M-K-A. And the plural is dumki, spelled D-U-M-K-Y. Dumki. So this is a noun from 1895. It is an Eastern European folk ballad or lament, usually with alternating slow and fast sections. So it's a ballad or a sad song. A ballad could be a sad song, and they go from slow to fast to slow to fast. And it is a dumka. And it is called dumka because it is a Czechoslovakian word, or maybe just a Czech word. I think you just say Czech at this point. Their word means elegy, E-L-E-G-Y. Within the next year, you will be able to learn about elegy through this very podcast. It is from the Ukrainian word. It's a diminutive of Duma, which is a narrative folk poem. And then it is also from the Old Russian, possibly the same word, dumka. So it's a song, a ballad or lament song that's probably telling an old folk story with slow parts and fast parts. Yep, maybe I'll put a link in the show notes and you can learn more about some famous dumkas, I guess. Actually, no, it would be famous dumki, because that's the plural. What? The next word was mentioned in the previous episode. Dumb head came from this German word, which is Dummkopf. D-U-M-M-K-O-P-F. Noun from 1809, and the synonym is blockhead, which is the same thing we saw for dumbhead, a stupid person. The synonym is blockhead. And yes, this is a German word from dumm, which means stupid, and Kopf with a capital K, which means head. And I have been listening a bit more to the History of English podcast. I think I just started episode 7, and boy, howdy, he gets into, what is his name, Kevin? I want to say Kevin. He gets into, in the last few episodes, getting into how the consonants changed from German and Latin and Sanskrit, and how they changed over time, and how we get to these things. And he gives all these examples of, the head, Kopf is head, but then these words came from there, and there was a whole bunch of ones that I had no idea that came from basically the word that meant head. So I highly recommend this podcast if you are interested in getting a really, really kind of fascinating, extensive history lesson specifically about English. And yes, I am going to have him on. The plan is to have him on for the word English and that section. Definitely go check out his podcast. Okay. Dummkopf, stupid person, blockhead, dumbhead. Also, maybe you could call that person, what? Dummy. D-U-M-M-Y. This is the first form, noun from 1598. And we got a bunch of definitions here. So many. Number 1A, this is usually offensive, and it is a person who is incapable of speaking. And of course, this is connected to the word dumb, which we saw is somebody who cannot speak, will not speak, something about not being able to speak. And again, that's also offensive. So if somebody can't talk, don't call them a dumb or a dummy, or that they are dumb. None of that, please, and thank you. Because, dumb and dummy now have these other connotations of being stupid, and it's just not appropriate to call somebody stupid. Just really in general, even if they are, don't call them that. That was a little joke. But just don't use this word in that way. 1B, a person who is habitually silent. So they just often in their life, they just don't talk. And why? Maybe they just don't have a lot to say, or they don't feel like they should, or that they can, or maybe they're embarrassed for some reason. So they don't talk a lot. They're a dummy. Okay, 1C, it is also a stupid person. Yep, we saw a lot of this already. And I just don't like the idea of calling somebody bad names in general. 2A, the exposed hand in bridge played by the declarer in addition to his or her own hand. I do think I remember seeing people play bridge, and then at some point, sometimes one of the players could flip their hand over, I guess, and that's the dummy hand. Or maybe I don't know the details. I haven't played bridge. I still got to get my family to teach me how to play. 2B, so it's related to 2A, a bridge player whose hand is a dummy. So the cards that they have are the dummy, and the person is the dummy. I guess, do they do that because they're not allowed to speak, or they're not allowed to do a thing, to actively play? I think they just maybe sit there and don't do anything. So, that's all about being silent and not talking. Sort of, kind of. So they're the dummy. That's why that word is called the dummy. Okay, number 3 for dummy. Did I spell it, by the way? It's just D-U-M-M-Y. I think you know how to spell dummy. 3, an imitation, copy, or likeness of something used as a substitute. And we have a few sub-definitions. So it's a copy of a thing. It's being used as a substitute for another thing, like 3A, the synonym mannequin. All of those sometimes odd-looking human-like shapes at a store that are showing off the clothes. I may have things to say about mannequin when we get there. There's obviously the movies Mannequin 1 and 2, but then just mannequins, they can be super weird and creepy. There's a Twilight Zone thing. Yeah, we could talk more about that later. But yes, it's a replacement for it's like a human, but it's being used as a substitute because you can't hire actual humans to stand there all day still showing off clothes. That would be an interesting job. 3B, a stuffed figure or cylindrical bag used by football players for tackling and blocking practice. So it's being a substitute for a human. But, when you want to practice your tackling and blocking, you're not always going to want to practice those on an actual human because you could hurt them. So we just use a bag, and it has no feelings or emotions. 3C, a large puppet, usually having movable features as mouth and arms, manipulated by a ventriloquist. The creepiest dolls around, I think, some of the creepiest ones. I did definitely. I was a little curious about ventriloquism when I was a bit younger. I didn't get any of these ventriloquism dummies. But I do find them interesting and fascinating, and it is an art and a skill, and you have to practice a lot to get good at it. And let's see. So there was a creepy movie from the 70s with I think Anthony Hopkins. I can't remember the name of it, but he's got a dummy in that I think, does it come to life or something like that? It's very creepy. And then there's another more modern movie with something about dummies. I don't remember what that one was called, but I remember like this guy goes on like a little boat to an old factory that's not being used anymore, and all these dummies come to life. I mean, that's the scariest thing, when the dummy comes to life. That's, nobody wants that. That's super duper creepy, scary, nasty, no fun. Let's see. There was in which movie was it? I think it was in the Best in Show. The Best in Show movie. One of the guys, played by Christopher Guest, he gets into ventriloquism, and he's got a dummy, I think, at the end of the movie. Maybe not even at the end. Maybe earlier he had a dummy. Dummy, yeah. And you know, it's a dummy because by itself it can't talk. It's a likeness of something. It's a substitute for a human or something like that. So it doesn't talk on its own. It's a dummy. Okay, 3D. This one is chiefly British, and the synonym is the number 2 definition for the word pacifier. So is this literally the pacifier that you put into a baby's mouth, or is it a different kind of pacifier? Something that's going to pacify something is a dummy. It's replacing something else. 4. One seeming to act independently, but in reality controlled by another. Oh, what is that? Something being controlled by something else, and it seems to act on its own, but in reality it is being controlled. Maybe all of us are dummies. Maybe we are all being controlled by something else, but we think we are acting independently on our own. But are we? We don't know. Maybe someday we'll find out. We are dummies because we are being controlled by something else. 5A, a mock-up of a proposed publication as a book or magazine. So yeah, it's kind of still like in the replacement thing. It's being replaced. It's just not quite the real thing. It's sort of like the real thing. It's a dummy. Go make a dummy version of this book or magazine so I can see what it might look like. See if I want to make it into a real book. 5B, a set of pages, as for a newspaper or magazine, with the position of text and artwork indicated for the printer. Yep, shows where the stuff goes, so the printer knows where the stuff goes. The etymology just says this is from the first form of the word dumb with the word y added, the suffix, and technically it's the fourth form of the suffix y. And now I am super intrigued and fascinated about what are the other 3 forms. What does all of that say when we get just to the letter y? Okay, next word. What? The second form of dummy, adjective from 1846, 1A, having the appearance of being real, and the synonym is artificial, as in dummy foods in the display case. Yes, a lot of like restaurants, they will have fake foods in the display case to show you what your food could look like if they actually put all the same effort into making it look like that. And but no, it's not real. It's artificial. It's dummy. It's fake. It's a replacement for the real thing. But it looks so good, and I want to eat that plastic food. But no, you can't, because it is plastic, and you shouldn't be eating plastic. Why are you eating plastic? Stop eating the plastic. You're gonna throw up. Don't eat it. 1B, existing in name only. And the synonym is the word fictitious, as in dummy corporations. I guess this is a thing that exists. It's a fake corporation. It's just a name. It's not real. Do people do this? Do they create dummy corporations for legal purposes? Is that allowed? Is that possible? Does that happen? What? How do they do that? I don't know. I mean, it's all about the money. They do it to make more money, probably. 2. Apparently acting for oneself while really acting for or at the direction of another, as in a dummy director. So it looks like you are maybe directing a movie by yourself, but actually you're doing it for or you're doing it at the direction of another. So maybe somebody else is telling you how to direct the movie, but they don't want to be credited or they don't want the recognition. So you're getting the recognition, but you were just the dummy director. It was really somebody else who was really calling all the shots. Or maybe you are the actual director, but maybe one of the actors or the producers has sort of pushed their way in and they say, you're going to get your name on there, but really I'm the one in control. So, just let it happen. And that's the way we're going to do things. There have been a lot of cases of all of that, a dummy director in film history. There's one in particular I can't think of off the top of my head, but there was one that I was hearing about recently. It was like, yeah, the actor or the producer was really the director, but the director got the credit. But they didn't really do it. They didn't actually direct the movie. I hope I am never a dummy director. What? The third form of dummy is a transitive verb from circa 1928, and it is to make a dummy of. Of what? What are we talking about? We're talking about a publication, possibly. That could be one example. So you're dummying the publication. You're making a dummy version of it. This is often used with the word up, as in, dummied up the front page. Hey, go ahead and dummy up the front page for me. Let me see what you got. What are you thinking it should look like? Is that the layout we like? Thank you for dummying it up for me. You dummied it up real good. You dummy. Now go print it. Okay, we got, this. Okay. What? That's the sound effect. The next word is dummy up. Now you would think that this would be connected to what we just talked about. Make a dummy of a thing, dummy it up. But this one is an intransitive verb from 1926, and it is to say nothing. To say nothing is to dummy up, and the synonym is clam up. When you clam up, you shut your mouth like a clam. Maybe an oyster too. I don't know. Why do we say clam up and not oyster up? I don't know. Maybe clams open up more than oysters do. I don't know those things. But it's called dummy up because dummy is dumb, is silent, say nothing, shut it up, dummy up. I feel like they use this in the mafia or something. Dummy up your face, or I will squish your face. What was that? Next is dummy variable. 2 words. Noun from 1957. An arbitrary mathematical symbol or variable that can be replaced by another without affecting the value of the expression in which it occurs. And I have nothing to add to that. Next. What? This word is demortiorite. Demortiorite. D-U-M-O-R-T-I-E-R-I-T-E. Demortiorite. Noun from 1881. It is a bright, especially blue mineral consisting of a borosilicate of aluminum. And I think I would like to post a picture on the social media of this demortior. How do you say it again? Demortiorite. Demortiorite. And it might look cool, kind of cool. This is from the French, demortiorite, which is from a person. Their name was Eugene de Mortier, who was a French paleontologist who died in 1876. So they found this thing, they got to name it, study it, break down the science of it, and so they now have a thing named after them called demortierite. That's very cool. Cool for them. Okay, we got one more word. What? It is the first form of the word dump, D-U-M-P. Verb from 1784, starting with transitive. I'll try and get through this a little quick. I know we're getting long in the episode here. So, 1A, to let fall in or as if in a heap or mass, as in dumped his clothes on the bed. That is what I do every time I do my laundry. I dump the clothes on the bed, and then I have to spend what feels like 3 hours folding my clothes. It is not 3 hours, but sometimes it feels like it takes forever. Dump them on the bed. Dump to dump, dump, dump. 1B, to get rid of unceremoniously or irresponsibly, as in got dumped by his girlfriend. Okay, I'm sorry. This example does not fit the definition in my brain at all. To get dumped by his girlfriend is not... It is to get rid of, but I feel like unceremoniously or irresponsibly, why are we even throwing in those words in here? I feel like that doesn't make any sense to me. Even if you create a ceremony around it, I'm going to dump my boyfriend today. Let's make a whole ceremony. Let's make a big thing about it. Let's be responsible about it. You're still getting dumped. You still use the same word, right? Yeah, that one's weird. I think, like a better example would be something like you like dumping something off on the side of the road. Like, I don't care, I'm just getting rid of it and I'm not making a big deal out of it. Dump the trash in the bin. I don't know. Not getting dumped by his girlfriend. Okay, 1C, the synonym is jettison, as in an airplane dumping gasoline. Jettisoning it, they're getting rid of it. They don't want it anymore for some reason. I don't know the context of why an airplane would be getting rid of their gasoline, but they're jettisoning it and they're dumping it. Number 2 is slang, and it means to knock down. The synonym is beat, B-E-A-T, as in the man rushed out and dumped him. And that is a quote from John Corry, C-O-R-R-Y. What were they talking about? Boxing, maybe? Wrestling? I would think boxing or something. To knock down. He rushed out and he just knocked him down. He dumped him. Dumped him to the floor. That's where they go. Number 3, to sell in quantity at a very low price, and specifically, to sell abroad at less than the market price at home. To sell in quantity, I'm just so you're getting rid of it at a very low price. You're just dumping it. You're like, yeah, I'm just getting rid of this stuff, cheap, super cheap. Come get my stuff. I'm dumping it out because I don't want it anymore. Number 4, to copy to an external storage or output device. And what you might be copying is data in a computer's internal storage. So you're just copying files from something to another thing. You're dumping it. I don't know if people say that too much, but, maybe we do. I do this process a lot, but I don't know if... I do. We'll say, like when we come back with cards or drives full of footage, we'll say, we've got to dump the footage onto, the hard drives. So yeah, we do say that. 5A, to hit or throw short and softly, as in dump a pass to a running back. I'm just going to do a little short, soft throw to the running back. I'm going to dump it over to him. Also as in, dump a bunt down the line. So in baseball, when you're bunting, it's just a short little hit. So you're dumping it. Dump it down the line, so everybody's got to scramble to go get that ball. That ball got dumped. 5B, To hit, the example is a puck. To hit a puck deep into the opponent's zone in ice hockey. So you dump it. You dump it in the opponent's zone. You dump it. I don't know why these words got used, but they did, and they're now a part of sports and things, and so now we use them. Here are the intransitive definitions. 1, to fall abruptly. The synonym is plunge. So maybe if you are skydiving, you are dumping through the sky. Look at me, Ma, I'm dumping. Number 2, to dump refuse or refuse. That could be, it could be garbage. It could be your poop. I don't see it in here. You know what? We're going to hold on to that until the next episode. So, yep, to dump refuse is to dump. To dump, we got the word in the definition, which is always a problem. There is a phrase which is dump on, and that means to treat disrespectfully, but especially the synonyms belittle and badmouth. Oh, you got dumped on. When they belittled you, they were bad-mouthing you, they were talking about how smelly you are, you got dumped on. Oh, great, and it was right after my girlfriend dumped me. And I was playing ice hockey, and they dumped the puck into my zone, and it's been such a bad day, I got the blues. Okay, this word is perhaps from the Middle Dutch dumpen, which means to immerse or topple. Immerse or topple, akin to the Old Norse dumpa, which means to thump or fall suddenly. So that makes sense. Fall, just dumped. It got dumped unceremoniously. It toppled over. Okay, and yes, we have another form of the word dump and other dump words in the next episode. So we got to pick a word of the episode. We had today dumb waiter, dum-dum, dum-dum, dumka, dumkopf, dummy, 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 dummy up, dummy variable, do more to your right, and dump. And I am going to pick dummy as the word of the episode because at some point, I guess it started I think it was from 30 Rock. Liz Lemon's boyfriend, on and off boyfriend, always called her dummy. He was the dummy. He was kind of a butthead and maybe a blockhead and a doomkopf. But he would call her dummy. And then I guess from that, Sharon decided to call me dummy. She doesn't really call me dummy, but it was just sort of one of those funny pet names. And so much so that I actually made my nickname in my phone for my own contact to say dummy. And so, like, I'm going to do this test with Siri, and let's see if it works. Stand by. Let's see what happens. Siri, what is my nickname in my contacts? Okay, it's just showing my name. That did not work at all. There's a way to get her to say, Siri, say my name. Oh, you stupid little artificial intelligence thing. You're not intelligent at all. You're a dummy. Quit being a dummy. Anyway, my nickname is Dummy, and sometimes she'll say, blah, 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 dummy. She'll call me Dummy. I don't really use her that often. Okay, so now I'm going to sing a song about dummy. I'm a dummy, you're a dummy, we're all dummies. We're replacements for things, and we're not talking, so we are dummies. Dummies, 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 all the dummies. You got dummies for Halloween, and you got mannequins, and I don't know what else to say for the song, because I'm a dummy. All right, that's the end of the episode. Thank you very much for listening. And until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary hosted by me, Spencer. Thank you very much for joining me on this journey of edutainment where I educate you and I entertain you, hopefully, possibly, Let's do this. The first word in this episode is the second form of the word dump. D-U-M-P. You gotta say it like that. Dump. Noun from 1784. 1A. An accumulation of refuse and discarded materials. All of the gross stuff that nobody wants anymore is just piling up into the dump. Just yesterday, my wife and I watched an episode of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, and I think it was season 3, and they were at a dump. A couple of the characters were at a dump, and one of the characters was standing on this giant pile of garbage bags and stuff. And I just was thinking, like, what are the logistics of him being up there and then coming down very quickly? And then I realized, oh no, it's just a mountain of dirt that they just put garbage bags on. It's not an actual pile of refuse and discarded materials. They just make it look like it is. 1B, a place where such materials are dumped. So the place is the dump, and all of the stuff together is also the dump. 2A, a quantity of reserve materials accumulated at one place. The reserve materials. So I guess it's the stuff that you don't really need right away, that maybe you don't need, maybe later you need it. Maybe 2B will give us a bit more information. A place where such materials are stored, as in ammunition dump. So it's like a cache. It's like your closet of ammunition. All the extra reserve ammunition is the dump, and then where that stuff is stored is also the dump, the ammunition dump. 3, a disorderly, slovenly, or objectionable place. It's kind of a hard word to say. Disorderly, slovenly, or objectionable place. So maybe this is like the part of the city where you don't want to go, where there's seedy people, and maybe it's kind of dangerous. It's the dump of the city. Number 4, an instance of dumping data stored in a computer. So you are dumping the data, that would be the verb form, and then just the action of doing that, the time that is happening, that is the dump. You got the dump going. And the last one is number 5. This is often vulgar, and it is an act of defecation. This is, I think, probably where most of our brains go to when we think of dump. And this is one usually used with the word take. Take a dump. I have always been baffled by this phrase. Take a dump? Am I really going to take a dump? And am I going to put the dump in the toilet and then take it? No, I am not taking anything. I'm not taking a dump. I'm dropping a dump. I am not receiving. I am depositing a dump. I am not taking a dump. It's just the strangest way to use those two words together, and it's bothered me for a while. But you know what? I still use it. I'm going to go take a dump probably after this. It's the morning time. That's sort of my regular schedule. I'm going to go take a dump. We all take dumps. We all do it. We all dump. We got to dump out this stuff that we're not using anymore. We don't love that stuff, but it's just a part of human nature. Deal with it. Let's all go take a dump. Dump it up in the dump to dump. All right. No more of that stuff. Maybe this is why my listenership has gone down. Okay, a sound effect. I guess we're just going to go. The next word is dumper. Noun from 1856. One that dumps. If you're taking a dump, you're a dumper. But more specifically, 1A, the synonym is dump truck. So I don't know why it's such a good two words together. A dump truck. A dump truck. They got that sound in there, both of the words. A dump truck. 1B, a device used for unloading freight cars by tilting or dumping. It's got the stuff, and they got all the sand or the coal or the something in there, and you got to dump it out. You got to get it out of there somehow. So you need a dumper. 2, a state of collapse, failure, or ruin, as in the economy is in the dumper. I forgot my word. I thought it was dump. No, the economy is in the dumper. I think I've heard the dumps. Maybe it's in the dumps, but I don't know if I've heard it being described that way. Is our economy in the dumper right now? We've got this whole inflation thing still going on. I think sometime this week, as I'm recording in early May, the Fed is gonna raise the interest rate again to see if they can slow down inflation. I don't know. Are we in the dumper? Maybe we're always in the dumper. It's just different types of dumpers. Okay. Next is dumper truck. It's not dump truck. It's dumper truck. 2 words. Noun from 1972. This is British, and the synonym is, of course, dump truck, which we're going to see later this episode. And maybe the sound of the dumper truck, it goes... Dumping is next. Noun from 1857. 1. The act of one that dumps. The person, the thing that is dumping is doing the act of dumping, especially the selling of goods in quantity at below market price. And I believe in the first form of dump, we had something about that selling things at market price or below market price, because you're just trying to get rid of it. You're just trying to dump it out. Just dump. Gotta dump these things out of here. Let's do some dumping. 2. The practice of refusing emergency medical care to poor or uninsured patients, or of referring them to another hospital without the hospital's consent. Whoa, okay, this is some serious business right here. This is called also patient dumping. So you don't want the patient because they're poor or uninsured, which means that the hospital isn't going to get paid. And so you just dump them off onto some other hospital who also may not want them, and so they're going to dump them off. Okay. You know, this is a problem. This is a problem with America, that we are not paying for people's medical care. So many other countries in the world, especially in Europe, people come, they got a medical problem, and it just gets paid for. People should not be being sent from one place to another because they need medical attention. If they need medical attention, they should get medical attention. I'm not saying anything that nobody has said before. We are all well aware of this problem, but dumping patients from your place to another place who may never get the medical attention they need, this is so fucked up. This is so fucked up. This so pisses me off. If people need medical attention, they should get it. The money should not be a part of this whatsoever. Take money out of the equation. Please and thank you. Thanks. Can you fix that, please? Okay, great. Let's move on. Dumping ground. 2 words. Noun from 1857. We've seen, so dumping is also 1857. Dumper is 1856. What was going on in there that time? They started using a lot of dump words. Okay, number 1 we're on dumping ground. It is a place to which unwanted people or things are sent. It's also maybe could be called the dump. You send them to the dump. It's the grounds, the land where you dump things. It's the dumping ground. Dumpish. This one is an adjective from 1519, all the way back to the 1500s. Oh, I wanted to say real quick, the word hospital. We were talking about hospital in the dumping definition. I was listening to the History of English podcast, and they gave some very interesting etymology to the word hospital. Now, I can't remember exactly what the etymology was, but it's in one of the very early episodes, maybe episode 7 or 8 or something. And, it was just so fascinating. Listening to this podcast is so fascinating to learn about why we have the words that we have. And, hospital was part of that. It was super fascinating. Okay, we did not talk about the synonyms for the word dumpish because I got distracted by hospitals. The synonyms are sad and melancholy. I'm feeling so dumpish. Well, the etymology says it's from the word dumps, which we're going to see in a minute here. But yeah, it's like I'm feeling in the dumps. Oh, I'm down in the dumps. I'm feeling dumpish. I think we need to bring this one back. Are you feeling sad or melancholy? Then you're feeling dumpish. It's just so dumpish today. Dumpling is next. Totally different from these other things that we've been reading today. This is a noun from circa 1600. 1a, a small mass of leavened dough cooked by boiling or steaming. I like dough cooked. Just any kind of dough. You cook it up, put some stuff inside maybe. Yeah. Now in this case, it doesn't say anything about having it filled with something. It's just the dough that's then cooked. And you just pop it in your mouth and you're like, that was a dumpling. I don't feel dumpish by eating a dumpling. 1b, a usually baked dessert of fruit wrapped in dough. Yeah, similar. It's still got the dough thing going on, but this time we got fruit inside. I don't know what kind of fruit. Any fruit you want. Put it inside, and then you bake it. You don't boil it. You don't steam it. You bake it. And then you just look at it. That's a pretty dumpling. Number 2, something soft and rounded like a dumpling, especially a short, fat person or animal. That is what it says. Maybe Violet from Willy Wonka, maybe she was a dumpling. This probably isn't the nicest thing to say of a human being. I don't think an animal is going to care if you call them a dumpling. You know, it could also be a term of endearment. You could say it in a nice way, and that's fine. But don't be mean and call somebody a dumpling. But anything soft and rounded, like a dumpling, maybe my belly, maybe my own little soft and round belly is a dumpling. Don't go boil or steam or bake it, though. That might hurt. This is probably an alternative of the word lump. So you got maybe a tray of dumplings or something. You just throw these things into the pot. It's just a bunch of lumps. That's what they are. Dumps is next. Dumps and lumps. Noun from 1529. So this is 10 years after dumpish. So it seems like maybe dumpish came first, even though the etymology says dumps. So what are dumps? A gloomy state of mind. The synonym is despondency, as in the dumps. A place that most of us go to sometimes, especially us adults. The realities of life just get to us. This just can be a little bit hard to take. Sometimes we got a bad day. Maybe it's a whole week. Maybe it's a month. You could spend years in the dumps. In that case, you might want to get some therapy and possibly some medication to help with that. Nobody should be in the dumps for that long. I don't want that for anybody. I had a time when I was in the dumps for sure, but I think I'm pretty mostly out of that. Yeah. Good days and bad days, we all get them. This is probably from the Dutch word domp, which means haze. Maybe you're feeling in a haze when you're in the dumps. From the Middle Dutch damp, and there's more at the word damp. Yeah, maybe if the air is damp, it's kind of hazy, and it's all, when it's all cloudy and rainy, everything is kind of damp and hazy and dumpy and dumpish, and you're in the dumps. Some people love that weather, but not everybody. Next is dumpster with a capital D. This is a trademark. I had no idea that this was a trademark. And it is used for a large trash receptacle. I just thought we called them dumpster because you dump stuff in them, but I did not know that was a trademark. And then it just became the thing that we call. It's like Hoover and Kleenex and Coke. That's fascinating. Speaking of that It's Always Sunny episode that I talked about before, the reason that they were at the dumpster, the whole episode started because they found a baby in a dumpster. They were at a dump. I don't know if I said dump or dumpster. Anyway, that's not the point of the story. They found a baby. The gang found a dumpster baby, and it just goes on from there, as you would expect with those crazy, insane, hilarious characters. Dumpster. Next, moving on to dump truck. Noun from circa 1924. This is almost 100 years old. An automotive truck for the transportation of bulk material that has a body which tilts to dump its contents. You gotta put the contents in it. You know, we also call this a garbage truck, probably. You gotta get the contents in there. You got some very respectable human beings who go around picking up all of your trash, your garbage, your dumpy, gross stuff. You gotta give them the respect. And then, when they're all done with it, the whole thing tilts so we can dump it out onto probably a dumping ground. All up in the dump. We need to clean up our dumps, though. We got too many organic materials that shouldn't be there. They should be composted. We got too many recyclable materials that shouldn't be there. We also just use too much stuff. We create too much trash. The plastics, all that dumpy, crappy stuff. It's a problem. It's a problem. Dumpy. Adjective from 1750. 1. Being short and thick in build. The synonym is squat. Short and squat and thick is dumpy. Yep, those are the facts. Number 2, the synonyms are shabby and dingy. So maybe if a car is not in great shape, it's got a bunch of paint dings and rust and other things, and it's shabby and it's maybe falling apart a little bit, it's dumpy. It's a dumpy car. Dumpily is an adverb, and dumpiness is a noun. So it's kind of two main things, either not in great shape or short and thick is dumpy. This is, again, probably from the word lump, pretty much, or the English dialect word dump, which means lump. So it's similar to dumpling. That's the sound of things being dumped. Is it accurate? I don't know. I don't care. It's a fun sound to make. Next is dumpy level. 2 words. Noun from 1838. A surveyor's level with a short telescope rigidly fixed and rotating only in a horizontal plane. Are these the things when you see the people out there, it's a tripod in the thing and they're leveling out things, maybe they're getting ready for some construction. I don't know what they use them for, probably a whole lot of things. I've always been curious about those things and how do they work exactly. But they're called a dumpy level, and I am now very confused as why the word dumpy is in there, and it doesn't say. Level makes sense. I think they're trying to figure out what's level with the thing, and because the telescope goes horizontal, so they can look all around, maybe in 360 degrees. But dumpy, that's weird. Well, that was the last D-U-M word, so logically we now have to go to done, D-U-N, first form, adjective from before the 12th century. 1A, I should say, I don't think I'm really familiar with this word, done, but so maybe we're going to learn something here. 1A, having the color done. The color is done, so if something is colored done, it is done. It's done colored. What color is done? 1B is talking about a horse having a grayish yellow coat with black mane and tail. So based on that, I would assume that the color dun is grayish yellow. I don't know why. Hopefully we get to learn why dun color is grayish yellow. So if a horse has that color, it's a dun horse. It's a dun colored horse. That horse is done. Finished. Number 2, marked by dullness and drabness. And yes, I would probably say a grayish yellow would be kind of dull and drab. Yeah, that's how I think. Doneness with a double N there, Dunness, that is a noun. So this says that it's from the Old English done with 2 N's, and there's more at the word dusk. So maybe at the time of dusk, that would be as the sun is setting, maybe it could have a little bit of a dun color, a grayish yellow. It's getting dark, but it's still kind of yellow from the sun. Yeah, that makes sense. That's an interesting etymology. The second form of dun is a noun from the 14th century. Number 1, a dun horse. I guess the dun-colored horses are common enough. You gotta call it, there's a whole word for it. Number 2, a variable color averaging a nearly neutral, slightly brownish dark gray. Now that's a little bit different than what we read before. So maybe if it's on a horse, it's more grayish yellow. But in general, when you're talking about this color, it's nearly neutral, slightly brown, dark gray. So it's still gray, but we got more browns going on than yellow. It's so subjective. Color is very subjective. 3, a sub-adult mayfly. So they're not quite adult. Maybe they're juvenile. Probably not a larva, because that's a whole different stage. But then also an artificial fly tied to imitate such an insect. What? So maybe a younger mayfly is a dun, but then a fly that is made by humans, made to imitate the dun, is also called the dun. Why wouldn't they come up with a different name for that? The third form of done is a transitive verb from circa 1626. 1. To make persistent demands upon for payment. So you just want people to pay. I'm dunning. I need my payment. Please and thank you. So I'm going to dun you because I need my money. And if we're going to have some problems if you don't give me the money. I'm going to keep on dunning you. Number 2, the synonyms are plague and pester. Same idea, but it's not about money. Pestering somebody for something. Hey, please help me out. Or, put me on your show. I don't know what it is, but I'm going to keep on bugging you over and over and over again. And it's dunning. Yeah, I've not heard of this one. And the origin is unknown. We don't know where this one came from, which always fascinates me. The fourth form of the word dun, noun from 1628. 1. A person who duns. So this is going to be the person who's pestering and plaguing and making persistent demands. They are a dun. 2. An urgent request, especially a demand for payment. So the action of the demand for the payment is done, and then that actual request is also a dun. Yep, I have not heard of this, so I'm fascinated. I guess, are we just done using this word? It's from the 1600s, almost 400 years ago. So yeah, we probably just don't use it anymore. Next is Duncan Fife. 2 words. The first word is capital D-U-N-C-A-N, and the second word is capital P-H-Y-F-E. Duncan Fife, adjective from 1926, of, relating to, or constituting furniture designed and built by, or in the style of Duncan Fife. And of course, we got to put a link in the show notes for Duncan Fife. Who the hell was Duncan Fife? Probably somebody who made furniture and had a very specific style in the early 20th century, the first quarter of the 20th century. Wonder what it looks like. Maybe we should post a picture on social media as well. At dictionarypod on Twitter and Instagram. The next word, dunce. D-U-N-C-E. Noun from 1570. I'm sure some of my teachers back in the day considered me a dunce, but, that's just how life goes. Okay, it is a slow-witted or stupid person. Again, not the nicest thing, especially these days. It was probably more common many decades and hundreds of years ago. But that's what we call a slow-witted person, I guess. Why do we do this? Why do we call them dunces? Well, it's from John Duns Scotus, and Duns is D-U-N-S, could have been pronounced dunce, spelled differently though. So John Duns Scotus was, it says, whose once accepted writings were ridiculed in the 16th century. So, do we need to find examples of this guy's writings? Why were his writings ridiculed? Wow, this one person is the reason we have this word dunce, the reason we call slow-witted or stupid people, we call them dunces because of John Duns Scotus, who must have had just terrible writings. Oh, come on, we got to give him a bit more respect than that. We need to be done with this word, I think. Well, our last word is related. Dunce cap. 2 words. Noun from 1840. A conical cap formerly used as a punishment for slow learners at school, called also dunce's cap with an apostrophe S. This is the meanest thing that you can do. You're ridiculing a child in school in front of all of their classmates, maybe their friends, maybe somebody that they have a crush on, that they like, maybe in a romantical way, and you're calling them out, you're punishing them for learning slow. Oh my God, this is a problem because everybody learns differently. You got people who learn one way, you got people who learn another way. I don't know, there's like 17 different ways that people could learn. This is why you need things like a gifted program for people who understand concepts better, and they can have classes and teachers who can focus on that. And then you got people who might learn in a different way. You got neurodivergent people who have autism, who learn in a totally different way. You need to have maybe classes that are maybe focused on the way that they learn. I understand that the education system isn't really set up for that, but that's kind of the ideal situation. So punishing somebody for learning slow is just so mean. And then you put a stupid-looking conical cap on their head. Oh my God. I mean, when I was a kid, I don't think people were literally putting a dunce cap, but we were well aware of the dunce cap, maybe in cartoons and things like that. Did I ever wear a dunce cap? Hopefully not. I think that they were done with dunce caps by the time I got to school. Oh, that's so mean, but if you want to use it as a joke in a cartoon, that's fine, but like in reality, it's so messed up. All right, it is time for word of the episode. So we got to pick a word. We had today dump, dumper, dumper truck, dumping, dumping ground, dumpish, dumpling, dumps, dumpster, dump truck, dumpy, dumpy level, done, 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 Duncan Fife, dunce, and dunce cap. I mean, I do sometimes feel like a dunce. I don't know. I feel like we just got a big dump, right? We got to dump stuff, dump it. We're making too much. Oh, let's just turn this into a song. We're making too much stuff in the dump. I don't know where I'm going with this. I mean, I kind of know, but I guess it's not coming out great. We're making too much garbage. It's going in the dump. Too much stuff is going in the dump. The dumps are getting big, so big and gross, and we gotta stop putting stuff in the dump. But I'm gonna go put some stuff in the toilet. It's a dump. I hope you appreciate this, just the ridiculousness. This is what it's all about. If you like it, send it off to other people. What movie did I last leave off at? Joe versus the Volcano, I think I had not mentioned that one. Saw this when I was a kid. Didn't really remember it. glad I watched it again. It's a silly, fun movie. There could be some cultural appropriation in there. It's a weird line because there's a lot going on there. Meg Ryan plays 3 different roles in this movie. I think she had a lot of fun with that. She did a really good job. Early Tom Hanks, it's very stylized. It's kind of cartoony. It's a very interesting stylized comedy about life, and some good stuff in there. All right, that's enough for today, class. Nobody got put in the corner wearing the dunce cap. You are all excellent learners, including myself. And until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary hosted by the voice that you're hearing right now, which is coming out of the face of the person, the human, called Spencer. Hello, everybody. How you doing? Let's talk about the words in this episode. The first word is dunderhead. It's a wonderful word, just like all these other wonderful words. Dunderhead, D-U-N-D-E-R-H-E-A-D. Noun from circa 1625. The synonyms are dunce and blockhead. We have seen things like this a whole bunch recently, talking about dunces and dummies and dumbheads and dumbs and all those things. Dunderheaded is an adjective. Dunderheaded. Dunderheaded. It's a fun word to say. This is perhaps from the Dutch word donder, which means thunder. Thunder in the sky. Also the English word head, akin to the Old High German thonar, which also means thunder, and there's more at the word thunder. So I wonder about the thunder that became dunder. It went from thunder to dunder, but why thunderhead? It's like if you're dumb, all you have in your head is thunder. That's an interesting one if you think about it, right? Am I alone in this? Yes, I'm literally alone right now. That's why I do this. Okay, sound effect. We'll go whoosh. The next word is dundrearies. D-U-N-D-R-E-A-R-I-E-S. Dundrearies. Noun, often capitalized. It is from circa 1922. And, oh, cool. This is long, flowing sideburns. How have I never heard of this? I've heard of some names of facial hair, ways to wear your facial hair, but I have never heard of the dundrearies. Also, how do you get your sideburns to be flowing? Can you grow them so long, like as if you had grown a beard, but you just cut it down to sideburns and they're flowing? Maybe she's born with it. Maybe it's the dundrearies. I don't know, that one didn't make any sense. Long flowing sideburns are the dundrearies because these are from Lord Dundreary, who was a character in the play Our American Cousin from 1858 by Tom Taylor. So that character must have had long flowing sideburns, I guess. Usually things like this are from actual real life people, not fictional characters. Interesting, the dundrearies. I don't think I can ever grow dundrearies, and I don't think I would look good with it either. Whoosh. Next is dune or dune. D-U-N-E. Noun from 1790. We got to talk about the movie first, maybe. The movies, Dune. There's the David Lynch one, which he does not like because the studio took over and kind of changed his movie. I finally saw it about a year ago in 2022. And it's kind of a bonkers crazy movie, but it's also kind of a bonkers crazy story, right? When you think about it. But I did really enjoy it. I mean, for what it is, it was a lot of fun. I have not seen, I think there was like a made-for-TV movie version of Dune, which I have not seen. I did listen to the audiobook of the first book of Dune. It's a lot. It's extensive. I haven't gone past that. But I have not seen the new movie, which I know is being split up into 3 parts because I think that they're matching up to the books, if I remember correctly. And everybody says it's really good. And I'm sure it is. But I think we're just going to wait until all 3 of them are out, and then we can just watch them back to back or something. I think, yeah. Because, yeah, why not? Let's do that. Sure. But yeah, it's just kind of a weird story, I think. Isn't it? Aren't all stories weird? Okay, we got to talk about dune. It is a hill or ridge of sand piled up by the wind. Dune-like is an adjective. And I guess the book is named Dune because they take place on this like sand planet and or something like that. And so there's just a bunch of dunes of sand dunes is what you call them. And there's the spice on there. Is it dunes of spice or is it dunes of sand? Is dune something else? I don't know. I am not an expert on this. This is from the Old English dune, which means down. So it's all about, the word dune just means down, because when you got sand piled up high by the wind, you can go up or you can go down. But if you're on top of it, you might fall down. Go boom. Next is dune buggy, 2 words. Noun from 1956. I think they should have had some dune buggies in the Dune movie. That would have been just so much fun. This is an off-road motor vehicle with oversized tires for use especially on sand. Maybe not always dunes, up and down dunes, but maybe at least like on a beach, but they probably go up on the dunes too. You gotta if you're in a dune buggy. This sounds like a lot of fun. I don't know if I've ever been in a dune buggy, but yeah, I think that would be a lot of fun to go bouncing up and down on the dunes in the dune buggy with no safety measures, no doors, no roof, no nothing. Live on the edge of a dune. Whew. Next is Duneland, 1 word, noun from 1922. What else did we see 1922? Oh yeah, that was Dundreary's, completely different. Maybe somebody wearing some Dundreary's are in the Duneland. That would be a terrible fun place to go. Let's go to the Duneland today. It's just sand. Yay, sand. Okay, it is actually an area having many dunes. A desert, maybe. It would be the Duneland. This is an odd word. Let's talk about another odd word. Dung. D-U-N-G. First form noun from before the 12th century. Oh, dung is such an old word. How can we not chuckle a little bit when we think of dung? Because we are adults. Okay, number 1, the feces of an animal, and the synonym is manure. That's what it is. I guess we can't call human feces, we can't call that dung, even though we are technically animals. Why don't we call our stuff dung? Is dung only certain animals have dung and other animals have some other name? Is everything dung? What's dung? What is dung? Why dung? Number 2, something repulsive. So just anything that you don't want to be a part of, to see, to smell, to touch, to taste, to hear, anything that you don't like, you can just call it dung. But it's not literally manure or poop. Dungy. D-U-N-G-Y, that is an adjective. So this is from, let's see, the Old Norse dynja, G-J-A, and that just means manure pile. All the manure up in a pile is, it's dung. It's a pile of dung. It's a dung pile. The dynja is the pile of dung, the dung pile. Whew. This second form of dung is a verb also from before the 12th century. The transitive is to fertilize or dress with manure. So if you didn't know, The manure can be a very good fertilizer for growing food and plants and things. And so if you have to dung your farm, you're dunging it. You're dunging your stuff. But so the intransitive definition is very different. The intransitive definition is just the synonym defecate. So this is the act of releasing the dung from your body. So you would be dunging yourself. But then if you are dunging something else, you are not making it defecate. You are fertilizing the area with dung. Okay, good. Dungaree is next, and you can emphasize the first syllable or the last syllable. Dungaree or dungaree. Noun from 1673, number 1, is a heavy, coarse, durable cotton twill woven from colored yarns, but specifically blue denim. Just blue denim, those are your dungarees. It's, I guess it's heavy and coarse and durable and cotton, and it's a twill. Number 2, you would say dungarees in this context because it's plural, and it is clothes made usually of blue denim. I guess I just didn't realize that dungarees are basically just blue denim. So if you're wearing anything, a jacket, pants, a shirt, a hat, anything made out of blue denim, those are your dungarees. If you are Bob from Twin Peaks, you are dungareed with a D. That is an adjective. Dressed all in denim, you're dungareed. This is from a Hindi and Urdu word. They look very similar, but they have slightly different spellings and accents. I guess the word is dungri or dugri. That's it. It's just that word, I guess, that we in America, English in general, just changed it to dungaree. So I guess in India, they had a heavy, coarse, durable cotton twill. Maybe. So wait, did they invent this? Invent this blue denim? Is denim from India? I don't know. I don't know anything. Whew. Back to dung. Let's talk a little bit more about dung, because here we have dung beetle. 2 words, noun from circa 1634. A beetle as a thumblebug, I guess that's an example of a dung beetle, a thumblebug. And it rolls balls of dung in which to lay eggs and on which the larvae feed. So I guess I didn't realize that they eat it. I must have known that at some point. But yes, I think we've all seen videos. I'll have to post a picture on social media. They somehow make these balls of dung. They grab dung from various places that they find it. Just on the ground, just around. There's no restaurant that they can go to get the dung, so they got to find it on the road. And they roll it up into these very beautiful, perfect little spheres of dung, and they push it around with their back legs. So they get their back legs up on there, and they push it around, maybe to take it back to their nest. And then I guess that they somehow inject their eggs into it, and then as the babies come out of their little eggs, they've grown enough, they grow and grow and grow, and then they come out of their egg, and then they eat the dung. That is what they eat. Their first meal is poop from other animals. And this is just what they do, because I guess there's a lot of good nutrients in there. And then, I don't know, do they eat it throughout the rest of their life, or do they eat other things? And why is this bug called a tumblebug? That's a great name for a bug. A beetle. Hey, Jude. Whew. Okay, next is Dungeness crab, and I think that is how you pronounce it. Capital Dungeness. There is a picture of this Dungeness crab. I don't know why they chose that over a dung beetle. I think it would have been really great to show a picture of a dung beetle with a pile of dung. But maybe they just chose against that, I guess. Okay. Dungeness crab is a noun from 1925, a large edible crab of the Pacific coast of North America from Alaska to California. It's I don't really know. I've said this before. I don't know why they have to put edible in there. I guess it's because people eat it, because maybe people like to eat this type of crab over a lot of other types of crab. Maybe the other ones aren't tasty enough or give you enough meat, and so this one has become one of the standard crabs that people eat. But they're all edible. They're all the same thing. So I think we can just get rid of that altogether. I just watched something. Was it a movie? I think was it Joe versus the Volcano or something else, where I think they mentioned Dungeness crab as a meal. I don't remember what it was. The species name is Cancer magister, although that's maybe the American way to say it. The Latin way could be Concer magister. I'm not sure how they want to actually pronounce it, but yes, Cancer, that means crab, I think, and then because there's the Cancer in the horoscope, and that's a crab, but then somehow it became this other thing. Yeah. So, why are they called Dungeness crab? It is because they are from Dungeness, which is that is a village on the Strait of Juan de Fuca in Washington. I assume that's Washington State. So, I guess up there they got a place called Strait of Juan de Fuca, and the village is called Dungeness. And so, that's interesting though, because they go between Alaska and California, and Washington is kind of in the middle. It's closer to the bottom of that whole section, but it's kind of in the middle. So I guess that they started in Washington and then they just spread out from there. The picture, I guess I can just post a picture on social media. It looks like a crab. It's got that sort of triangularly body shape. And it's got how many legs and arms? It has 1, 2, 3, 4, 10. It has 10 legs and arms. The two in the back, they sort of curve inward. So they go off in the back and then they curve towards each other. And then on either side, there's an additional 3 legs that sort of curve towards the front. And they got sharpy things at the ends of all these legs. And then they have 2 arms in the front they point kind of to the mouth. They go right up to the mouth because they got little claws, little pinchers there, so they can grab things and feed themselves with and fight and attack other crabs or humans, and just to pinch things. They just love to pinch. Pinchy, those Dungeness crab. Zzz. Okay. Next is dungeon. Dungeon. There could be dung in the dungeon because they've got people hanging out there, and then they got to do their business. So yeah, there's probably dung in a dungeon. Even though you don't pronounce it that way, it's not dungin, it's dungeon, but the spelling is there. So it is a noun from the 14th century. The synonym is donjon or donjon. I do kind of remember that. Is that just an old way to spell this? Let's see. Donjon. A massive inner tower in a medieval castle. The donjon, which became dungeon. And number 2, a dark, usually underground prison or vault. I hope you never have to go into a dungeon. I hope nobody ever anymore gets arrested and has to go into this scary, dark, moist, gross, sad, disturbing, depressing place. Unless it's to visit, just to say hi, to visit the other prisoners, or just to see what used to exist there. That might be kind of cool. But to spend time there, nah, I don't want to. Where is this from? Yes, we see the Middle English donjon. Let's see, from the Vulgar Latin domnio, which means keep or mastery, from the Latin dominus, which means Lord. So, and then there's more at the word dominate. So, I guess it's a place where people can lord over them. People can lord over the people who are in the dungeon, and then it just became dungeon. So it's just from people having control over the people who go into the dungeon. Another dung word. Dunghill. One word, noun from the 14th century. 1. A heap of dung. Just that big old pile of dung that's hanging down the street, down the road there. Turn left at that street, and then you find the dunghill. It's just a heap of dung. 2. Something, as a situation or condition, that is repulsive or degraded. Anything that reminds you of a heap of dung is a dunghill. Next is dunite. I think that is how you say it. Dunite. You could also just say it dunite. D-U-N-I-T-E. Noun from circa 1868. It is a granular igneous rock consisting chiefly of olivine or olivine, which is, probably some sort of mineral-y kind of thing. It's a rock. Dunitic or dunitic is an adjective, and it is called dunite because it is from Mount Dune. I think that's how you would say it, Dune, D-U-N, which is in New Zealand, which is interesting because they filmed Lord of the Rings in New Zealand, and isn't one of the mountains Mount Doom? D-O-O-M? Am I remembering that correctly? Mount Doom? It's kind of a spot-on name. So interesting, Mount Dune. In New Zealand, so it must be filled with dunite. The next word is dunk. First form, verb from 1919. We are starting with transitive. Number 1, to dip as a piece of bread into a beverage while eating. And I don't think that they should use the word beverage here because, I guess number 2 is going to cover that. Why couldn't you combine these into one? And who is dipping a piece of bread into a beverage? That's not usually how we do things. We usually dip a piece of bread into an oil or like a hummus, like that kind of dip. Who's dipping bread into your drink? We dip like donuts into a coffee, maybe that's a drink. Cookies into milk. I can't think of what I'm dipping bread into of a thing that I'm going to drink. Well, anyway, number 2, I like this one better. It is to dip or submerge temporarily in liquid. And again, liquid is not the best term here. It should be just some sort of substance that is dunkable. I don't know. Dunk, I mean, can you, I guess this gets into some specifics though. We're talking about the word dunk, not dip. So if you're dunking a thing into something else, can it be the consistency of hummus? Can you dunk bread or pita into hummus, or are you dipping it? What do you think? Can you dunk a thing into a substance that's not a liquid? Does the consistency of the thing that is being dunked into, does that matter? Am I thinking too much about this? Maybe. Okay, number 3, to throw a basketball into the basket from above the rim. I don't think the word throw here is the best. I think that because usually when you're dunking a basketball into the basket from above the rim, you're not throwing it. You're placing it. What are you doing? You're shoving it into the rim, into the basket. There's no throwing involved because usually your hand just goes right onto the rim. So I don't quite agree with the word throw there. Can it be a throw? Is that a throw? Okay, here are intransitive. Number 1, to submerge oneself in water. I'm just going to do a quick dunk down into the water because I need to get my hair wet. I actually started a short rotoscope animation project, which of course I never finished. It's just sitting there, only slightly done. And I think I called it Dunk, so maybe someday I will actually finish it. And there will be a very beautiful rotoscope animation called Dunk. Probably not, though. Number 2, and the whole thing was it started with like a dunk in a pool. Okay, number 2, to make a dunk shot in basketball. He made a dunk shot. Congratulations to him. He dunked it so good. I wish I could dunk. I'm not that short. I mean, no, I'm not that tall. And my legs aren't that strong to get myself over the rim. This is from, what is this? PAG? PAG, that couldn't be Portuguese. PAG is Pennsylvania German. It's a Pennsylvania German word called Dunk with an E. From Middle High German, Dunken. From Old High German, Dunkon. And there's more at the word tinge. Tinge? Wow, that's fascinating. Dunk. Dunk, I cannot dunk. And the sound it makes is whew. The second form of dunk is a noun from circa 1944. The act or action of dunking, especially, we're going to see this in the next episode, the synonym dunk shot. I don't think people call it a dunk shot anymore. I could be wrong. I think we just call it a dunk. Call it a slam bam. Do they say that? I hope they do. Dunker is next. Noun from 1919. One that dunks is a dunker. You could get a donut that's a dunker, the human that's dunking the dunker dunking the dunker in the dunky drink. That's all. They're all dunkers. Especially a basketball player who makes dunk shots. I don't know why that's funny. This is, of course, from the first form of the word dunk. Dunker. Okay, one more word. It's dunker again with a capital D. It could also be dunkard with an A-R-D at the end. This is a noun from 1744. A member of the Church of the Brethren or any of several other original German Baptist denominations practicing trine immersion and love feasts and refusing to take oaths or to perform military service. I think we might need to put a link in the show notes for this group of people. I am fascinated by this. They practice trine immersion. So I don't know, is that going into water? Is this a Baptist? It says they're Baptist, so yeah, they're probably baptizing. They're like, every day we got to baptize ourselves. I don't know. And they have love feasts. That sounds nice. What's involved? I don't know. The movie Midsommar comes to mind. Probably not that, though. And they don't want to perform military service. I respect that. I hope that they have love for everybody. But they also don't take oaths. And what sort of oaths are we talking about? They won't promise things? I'm not sure. Go read the show notes if you want to learn more about these dunkers or dunkards. And yes, this is also from the Pennsylvania German word dunker and from dunk. Interesting. Didn't know about that. Okay, those were all of the words. So, I need to pick a word of the episode. We had dunderhead, dundrearies, dune, dune buggy, dune land, dung, dungaree, dung beetle, dungeness crab, dungeon, dung hill, dunite, dunk, dunker, and dunker. What am I going to pick? I do enjoy, I don't know, I thought dundrearies, that's a good word. And what it is fun, long flowing sideburns. How can I sing a song about Dundrearies? The Dundrearies are flowing off my face. I got the Dundrearies, it took me a long time to grow 'em. The Dundrearies are long flowing sideburns. Come brush my Dundrearies. That was fine. Should we quickly talk about another movie that I watched? Should we? We shall. Where were we? The King of Staten Island. I think that's the next one. What to say about this one? It's Pete. What's his name? Pete. No, Pete. Is it Pete? Why can't I think of his name? Anyway, he's on Saturday Night Live, and he's a comedian, an actor, and this seems like an incredibly personal story about him and his life and his dad, and it was really good and funny and emotional. Pete Davidson, that's his name. And highly recommend. It's a really good blend of comedy and drama and really, really good acting. And Judd Apatow is a writer-director as well. And so, yeah, highly recommend it if you haven't seen it. What else? I think that's it. Thank you very much for listening. And until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Ooh, do I need to do my mouth exercises? Wow. Oh, yeah, that's good times. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the podcast called The Dictionary, hosted by me, Spencer Parks. I am very glad that you are here, and I hope you come here again. Let's not say anything that's going to make you want to leave. The first word in this episode is Dunkirk. Capital D-U-N-K-I-R-K. I would not have expected this to be in the dictionary. First of all, we gotta say, go see the movie Dunkirk. It's a great movie by Christopher Nolan. Okay, this is a noun. You can emphasize either syllable. It is from 1941. Number 1, a retreat to avoid total defeat. So if you are about to be totally defeated and you don't want to be totally defeated, then just retreat. And that is called a Dunkirk. And yes, we will talk about why this is called a Dunkirk if you don't know. Number 2, a crisis situation that requires a desperate last effort to forestall certain failure. Similar idea, terrible situation. There will be certain failure unless a desperate last effort is done. Something, you gotta do something so you don't get the certain failure. As in, a Dunkirk for U.S. foreign policy. And that is a quote from Time. Time magazine? Maybe just Time. You look at your clock, it's time. Your time is telling you that you got to do something for this U.S. foreign policy, otherwise there will be certain failure. I didn't realize that this word gets used in ways like that. I just thought it was the word about the thing. The thing, what's the thing? Let's tell you about the thing. This is from Dunkirk, spelled D-U-N-K-I-R-K, or it is spelled D-U-N-K-E-R-Q-U-E, which looks like a city or town or village or something in France, which was the scene of the evacuation of Allied forces in 1940. And if you watch the movie, you will definitely get to learn more about this whole situation. But I think, it was basically, hey, we're about to lose. Let's get the hell out of here so we don't all die. We don't want more people to die because we've already lost a lot of people. And so there were like planes that came in to help out and boats. Well, I don't want to give away the ending if you don't know anything about it, but some people on boats came to help out. That's pretty much it. And there was lots and lots of fighting and guns. So yeah, we just use Dunkirk in that way now. Okay, moving on. Sound effect is going to be boom. Next is dunk shot. 2 words, noun from circa 1961. I wonder did anybody dunk before 1961? This is a shot in basketball made by jumping high into the air and throwing the ball down through the basket. Now, based on that description, if I did not know what a dunk shot was, I would think that they're jumping 15 feet in the air. The basketball hoop is 10 feet in the air. They're jumping 15 feet, and then from that way up high place, they throw it down into the basket. No, that's not really what's going on. Yes, some people can go jump above the rim, but most people can't get all that high above the rim, and they're not throwing it. We talked about this yesterday. They're shoving it. They're pushing it into the basket. They're not throwing it into the basket. I still have issues with that. Nothing has changed since the previous episode in my brain. Oh, I wish I could do a dunk shot. I wish I could do a dunk shot. Maybe I need to get really tall and stronger. Ba-bow. The next word is Dunlin. Noun from circa 1532. The plural, you can add an S or no. Dunlin or Dunlins is plural. So, this is a small, widely distributed sandpiper, largely cinnamon to rusty brown above and white below. So the top part of this sandpiper, I think that's a little bird, right? But the top part is cinnamon or rusty brown, kind of like a reddish brownish tinge. And then the below part is white, which we see very often in animals. The species name is Calidris alpina or alpina. And I don't know what any of that means, but alpine makes me think of the mountains and snow and white. So maybe that's partly why they're called that, because of the white bottom. The etymology says this is from the first form of the word dun, which was 2 episodes ago, and I guess that's about the color, the grayish yellow, or the That's kind of the dullness or drabness. I don't know. Do these birds look dull or drab? It's not really given much more information than that. And then they just added lin. Dunlin. It's a bird. Maybe we should post a picture on social media for this Dunlin. Dunlop is next, and you can emphasize either syllable. It has a capital D, and it is spelled D-U-N-L-O-P. Dunlop or Dunlop. This is a noun from circa 1780, and it is a Scottish cheese similar to cheddar. And we know cheddar cheese came from, I think, Cheddar, England. So this Dunlop cheese is from Dunlop, Ayrshire, Scotland. And of course, I don't know how to say these words properly. Ayrshire, Ayrshire, A-Y-R-S-H-I-R-E. How do they say that? Ayrshire. I don't know. That's my best guess, but I don't know. So Dunlop is a place in Scotland who make cheese. They make some cheese similar to cheddar cheese. Do-do-do. That's not what I meant to do. Let's just do do-do. Next is dunnage with 2 N's. Noun from the 15th century. 1. Loose materials used to support and protect cargo in a ship's hold. Also, padding in a shipping container is the dunnage, because it's also used there to support and protect cargo, either just in the general storage area or also just inside of a container. Either one of those is dunnage. And then number 2, the synonym is baggage. So I guess any of the stuff in the ship's hold or just any sort of baggage can be called dunnage. But we don't know why. We don't know why this word is this word. It says origin unknown. The AGE, I mean, we see that in terms of things like this baggage and other similar words, but the done part, I don't know. I just don't know. Is it about the dun horse? Is it about the Dunlin sandpiper bird? There is some here. Dun, the third form of dun, is about persistent demands upon for payment. I don't know. That one doesn't really make sense. No clue why it's called dunnage. Bop, bop. Next is the first of our DUO words. There's not so many of them. Duo. That's this word, duo. Noun from 1590. Number 1, the synonym is duet. And number 2, the synonym is the number 2 definition for the word pair. A pair of things, a duet, a duo. Let's sing a duo. No, I don't want to sing a duo. I want to sing a duet. Well, I don't want to sing a duet. I want to sing a duo. Well, I guess we can't sing together anymore. Goodbye. Okay. This is an Italian word. I guess this would be the Italian version of duet. Also from Latin, duo, which means two, and there's more of the word two. Two things, like my sound effect, pew pew. Here is duo again. This one is a prefix, and it just means two. It does, that's all it means. Now, I think that they should have put this one first. This one should have gone before the duet or the pair, but that's just me. I don't know things. I'm not smart. There's an example, though. So the example is the word duologue, which we are going to see in this episode. DUOLOGUE, duologue. Weird word, right? Yes. So we have some duo words coming up here, and I'm going to guess that almost all of them, possibly all of them, are going to relate to the word two in some way, the number two. Like my sound effect. Da-dow. Here is one. It is duodecillion. 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 Noun from 1875. Oh, come on. Be helpful here. It just says to see the number table. It doesn't say what it is. Well, actually, hold up, it does. Because if we look at the etymology, this is from the Latin, well, it sort of tells us. It's from the Latin word duodecim, which means 12. And then we just added, the illion at the end of it, like we see in million and billion and trillion. And that's most of what people know. Some people don't even know those. But so duodecim is 12. So what is it? Is it 12 million? 12 billion? No, what I think it is a number, a single digit with 12 zeros after it. I think it is that. So what I think I got to do, we don't typically do this. We don't like to look ahead, but in the cases like this, I feel like we got to do just a little bit of a quick check. Oh boy, the table of numbers. This is a big table. Oh my God, it's basically a whole page. Okay, duodecillion is 10 to the power of 72. Oh my God, there's 72 zeros? What? And it says, so the reason it's 12 is because it's powers of 1 million. There are 12 powers of 1 million. And what does that mean? So a million would be just no powers or just one power. But then billion has 3 more zeros, and that's 2 powers of 1 million. So what is that? 1 million times 1 million? Oh, I don't know. This is breaking my brain a little bit. I need somebody else to help me. But that's the reason there is 12, and it's duodecillion. So, we'll go through this in more detail when we get there. But it's a really, really big number. It's a 1 with 72 zeros behind it. That's way bigger than I was expecting. All right, let's talk about other related words that I think are mostly related to 12, because it's duo and decim, which is 2, and 10. So what do we got here? Blah, blah. Duodecimal. Duodecimal. It is an adjective from 1663 of, relating to, or preceding by 12 or the scale of 12s. And duodecimal is also a noun. So what of, relating to, or preceding by 12 or the scale of 12s? I'm not entirely sure what that means. I'm just not. Now, I know that there are some cultures, I think, at least back in the day, who had like a 12. Was it like the Mayans who had a number 12 scale or something? So the scale of 12s, yeah, I'm not sure. If I can find an example online of like what things use this duodecimal scale or what things are related to duodecimal, I'll see if I can put a link in the show notes for something about that. So clearly this is from the Latin duodecim, which means 12, and there's more at the word dozen. So learn more about dozen, go back there. Wow. Next is duodecimo. Duodecimo. Noun from 1658. You would probably just say dua, like in duodecimal. It just says dua, not duo. But I think if you want to say duo, you can. So duodecimal, duodecimal, or duodecimo. That's the funner way to say it. Duodecimo. Okay. What is this word? The synonym is 12mo. This is a word? 12mo. TWELVEMO. 12mo. Whoa. Okay, so yeah, we're still seeing the Latin. This one says duodecimus, which means 12th, with the TH at the end, the 12th of something. Now, is that also what 12mo means? Why don't I know this word? Why have I never come across 12mo? 12mo sounds like one of the what are they called? Those characters in Disenchantment. There's oh boy, what are they called? The elves? I think they're the elves, right? They have all these very silly names, and I think duodecimo is one that should have, and 12mo. They all have mo, I think, at the end of their names, or mostly. Oh, moving on. New sound effect. Can your brain come up with something new? Blah, blah. Here is duodenum, or duodenum, or duodenum. Duodenum, noun from the 14th century. This is the first part of the small intestine extending from the pylorus to the jejunum. Is that how you say that word? Jejunum? Jejunum. And pylorus is Pylorus. So it's the very beginning of your small intestine. I think, does it go from the stomach to the small intestine, or does it go stomach to large intestine to small intestine? I can't remember my biology here. I can't remember what's in my body. But anyway, it's the beginning of the small intestine, and it goes from, I guess these are parts in the small intestine. They have been named the pylorus and the jejunum. That's the, between the pylorus and the jejunum is the duodenum. And it's gonna, help to digest your food and move it through your system and have it come out your butt, and then you made some dung. That's a callback to the previous episode. Duodenal, or maybe duodenal, that is an adjective, so it'd be relating to this part of the body. And why is it called this? It is from the Latin duodeni, which means 12 each. Also from duodecim, which means 12. Which is from its length, because, this is so scientific, because they say it is about 12 fingers breadth. It's a hard word to say, breadth. So they say, fingers are not all the same width or breadth, but they're close. People got semi-similar size and fingers. No, they don't. They really don't at all. But my fingers are probably average. So if you put 12 of my fingers in a row, I guess the length of this thing would equal the length of my fingers, side by side. So if I got 4 fingers here on one hand, I got 4 fingers here on my second hand, I got 4 fingers here on my third hand, I put all my hands together, and I got the length of my duodenum. Very scientific, very specific. We got the best measurements from all those people hundreds of years ago. Quee. The next word is duologue. Duologue. It is, it's the example that we had when we had the prefix duo, so we know it's something about 2. It is a noun from 1864, and it is a dialogue between 2 persons. But isn't that what a dialogue is already? Or is a dialogue just people talking? It could be either one. I feel like it probably is more just about, communicating. Yeah, we got written composition, but here it says 2 or more characters. So yes, it's all about 2 or more. That's, I guess, what this is all about. Yeah. I don't know what else I gotta say. It's all about just talking and speaking and communicating. And I guess I thought that it was only about 2, but I guess you can have a dialogue with more than 2 people. You got 3 people in a conversation, they can have a dialogue because they're just talking. But if it's only 2 people, it is a duologue. And once that third person comes in, I'm sorry, we're having a duologue here. But if you want to get in on this conversation, we got to change the name of what we're having. Can we handle that? Is that okay? All right, here comes the third person. All right, now we have a dialogue or a conversation or something else that's not duologue because we don't have 2 people anymore. 2 people in my head. Now we got 3 people in my head. Womp womp. Next is duomo. D-U-O-M-O. Noun from 1549, and the synonym is just cathedral. Now, there is the Duomo I think there's one in Rome, and I went to the one, not the one in Rome. I think there's one in Rome, I don't know, but I went to the one in Milan. I was there for work, and somebody was like, there's a Duomo in Milan, and I was like, oh, cool, I learned about that in school, and then I realized, oh no, that's the different one. That's the more famous one. But this one, I think, is still kind of famous and pretty spectacular and beautiful and intricate. And I've been up on the roof. You can go up on the roof and you walk up the stairs, the windy stairs that go on forever. And then you got a beautiful view of Milan from up there. And then the inside, it's a cathedral. That's where this came from, because a lot of cathedrals back then, let's talk about the etymology, because you'd think it would have a dome in there, right? But not necessarily, because this is, it's from the Italian domus, which just means house, so it's the house of the Lord. That's a cathedral. That's why they call it a Duomo. And sometimes they literally have a dome, because there's more at the word dome, but not necessarily, so don't get confused. It's just a cathedral. Blamp, blamp. Next is duopoly, or duopoly, D-U-O-P-O-L-Y. Noun from 1920. Number 1 is an oligopoly limited to 2 sellers. And I'm not entirely sure what an oligopoly... Did I say that word right? Oligopoly? O-L-I-G-O-P-O-L-Y. But there can only be 2 sellers in this oligopoly, so you call it a duopoly. Number 2, preponderant influence or control by 2 political powers. So yes, clearly, as we are seeing, it's all about the number 2. 2 things, 2 sellers, 2 political powers. Number 2. The very important number 2. And the etymology just says that it is from duo plus poly or poly, as in monopoly or monopoly. Yeah. How do you say this word? Duopolistic. Duopolistic. That is an adjective. Yeah, don't know much about this kind of thing, but I know all about Monopoly. Okay, that was the last DUO word. Here we go with plomp plomp. The first of the DUP words. It's dup. Yup, dup. Yup, dup. This is the first form of dup, transitive verb from 1547, and it is archaic. The synonym is open. Open, open, open. So what does that mean? Well, the etymology says it is a contraction of do up. D-O space U-P. Do up. Open? How does that... I guess back in the day they would used to say, like, if they wanted to open a thing, do up. I don't know. I don't understand it. But it's an old way to say open. Dup. Dup. Huh. What context? It's a transitive verb, so it's a verb. So if, like, I'm going to open the door, I'm going to dup the door. Is that how you would use this? Fascinating. I've said that before. Next. Whop, whop. The second form of dup is an abbreviation for 1, duplex, or 2, duplicate. So I guess you can't you can't pronounce it dup. You have to pronounce it dupe because it's duplex and duplicate. Wow, wow. The next word is dupe. D-U-P-E, first form, noun from 1681. This is one that is easily deceived or cheated, and the synonym is fool. Oh, I've probably been a dupe before. I think I would be an easy dupe. Please don't deceive or cheat me. I just don't like that in general. And anybody, just don't dupe people. It's not very nice. Don't be a dupe. We're going to talk about the verb in a second. Don't be a dupe. Don't just use your brain. Use your brain. And then if you're the one who's trying to be doing the duping, don't do that. Don't do the dupe. What is this from? We're going down to Middle French. Dupe with 2 P's and an E. It's probably an alternative of hoop, H-U-P-P-E, which means hoopo. H-O-O-P-O-E. And I am not familiar at all with that word, but I'm hoping, thinking, guessing, wishing that it is somehow related to being deceived or cheated or a fool or something like that. Because otherwise I don't understand it at all. Dupe. So here we go with... my brain does not know how to make a new sound effect. Wee-wee. The second form of dupe is a transitive verb from 1704, which is interesting because the other one was 1681. Don't you need to do the act of duping before you can have a dupe? It is to make a dupe of. Haha, I made a dupe out of you. You dupe, I duped you. Duper is a noun. That's what it is. Quack, quack. The third form of dupe is a noun from circa 1900. It is unrelated to the other ones because the synonym is duplicate. Or I guess it would be duplicate because it's a noun. So a copy of a thing is a duplicate. It's called a dupe. Dupe that thing. Make me a dupe of that paperwork because I got to go take it to the place to have it filed away. And then dupe in this context is also a verb. You can also verb it. Make a dupe. I got a dupe. Okay. Next is dupery. D-U-P-E-R-Y. Noun from 1759. 1. The condition of being duped. So I guess this is probably when you're a fool. I'm in a condition, I'm in a state of dupery because I got duped. Ooh, you duped me so good. You gave me the dupery. Now I have to live in my dupery for a while. Number 2, the act or practice of duping. Well, that could be either making somebody a fool, or it could be making a copy. Can it be both? The act or practice of duping. Oh, I gotta practice my duping. I gotta go do some dupery right now. I'm making copies of fools. All right, we got one more word for this episode. See, it's two sounds. Two sounds, you get two. This word is duple. Duple. D-U-P-L-E. Adjective from the 15th century. 1. Having two elements is duple. 2A. Marked by 2 or a multiple of 2 beats per measure of music, as in duple time. So marked by 2 or a multiple of 2 beats per measure. 2 beats per measure. So if a measure is 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, but in this case we only got 2 of them. So it's at 1, 2, 1, 2, something like that. Duple, we got more. This 2B is talking about rhythm. Just rhythm. And it is consisting of a meter based on disyllabic feet. Disyllabic feet. Now, are these the feet and stuff in poem, in verse? And so you have to say it in a certain rhythm, and there's, I guess, 2 syllables in a certain place. I never really studied the poetry stuff. But yes, so it could be rhythm. See, I don't think we use disyllabic feet in terms of music. We could, maybe, I don't know. I'm not really familiar with that. So I think we're talking about poetry or music with the 2A definition. Duple time, I think it's sometimes if they're like, they say, let's do it duple, is it like twice as fast? Is that how we can use that? Possibly, maybe, I'm not sure. This is from the Latin duplus, which means double, and there's more at the word double. So yeah, maybe you could do double time. Okay, I think it is now time to just pick a word of the episode. Should we do that? Let's do that. Okay, we had Dunkirk, Dunkshot, Dunlin, Dunlop, Dunnage, Duo, Duodecillion, Duodecimal, Duodecimo, Duodenum, Duologue, Duomo, Duopoly, Dup, Dupe, Dupery, and Duple. Boy, we had quite a range of words here. Let's see. This is a difficult one to pick. I'm not sure if there was anything that really jumped out at me, but there are a lot of good words here. I mean, I don't know. Let's see. Ooh, I like to have duologues with myself, and we just the two of us like to have a little conversation. The duodenum is an important part of your body, probably, I think. I have no idea what 12mo is, but it's fun. Duodecimo is fun to say. Also 12mo. Let's do duodecillion is a very big number. I don't know if I'll ever reach that age. I'm thinking I'm probably, Dunkirk is super important. Go watch that movie. And maybe let's just pick duodecimo as the word of the episode because it is a fun to say word. Duodecimo, I don't know what it is, but it is 12mo. Duodecimo, 12mo. It's like a little jingle. All right. Enough of the words. Let's talk about a movie that I saw. What did we see? Showing Up. Ooh, Showing Up. It's a very, it's like almost like a documentary. It felt just very real and kind of slow and chill. And the art is beautiful. The acting is great. It's a really interesting story about somebody who's doing her art and living life, and some stuff happens. And I don't think it's probably got, I don't think it's out in a lot of places. I think it's a very independent movie. But yeah, worth a watch. Makes you think about art and things and birds. Yeah. Okay, that's going to be the end of this episode. Do all the things, share and subscribe and rate and review and subscribe to my YouTube channel because I want you to do that, and you must do everything I say, and I appreciate that. And have a good day. This has been Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye.